Hi, yes, hello everyone. Welcome to the Monday morning stream. How's it going? I'm Gavin.js, and welcome. Ah, man, sorry, I'm just still waking up, but it's 10 o'clock where I'm at. I don't know what's up with that, but every time I hit go live, I'm like suddenly tired. I don't know what's up with that. But hello, how is everybody doing today? Uh, we're going to jump into geometry nodes here in just a minute, but I want to just take a second and, say hi. Hi, yeah, buddy. How's it going? Uh, yeah, usually I take a minute or two, but honestly, I don't know what else to talk about other than, like, last week we didn't stream, but this week we are. I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna jump into geometry nodes and take a look at all of the mesh nodes, which is really exciting. This is kind of a reincarnation of a series I was trying to do a while back, talking about all of the nodes in geometry nodes. Kind of hit pause on that for a little bit because I was having a hard time just continuing with it. Like, I didn't like the videos. I thought they felt really stiff, but I wanted to get the information out to everyone. So we're going to try that again because I want to share all of this information. I don't, like, there are a couple of different channels that talk about geometry nodes, obviously, but like all of the nodes in geometry nodes. But I really want to go through with a fine-tooth comb, explain all of the different parts of all of the different nodes. And that got to be a lot previously. So instead of trying to do that with a lot of editing, a lot of rewriting, a lot of like the work I was putting into it, I want to try and do it some live, and then like once we've done it live, I'll go through and edit it, cut out all of the the boring bits where I'm trying to figure things out and go through it. I'm just going through it a little bit slower, but then we'll clean it up. I'll re-record some things and we'll get a very concise version out so that everybody has a reference for all of the nodes and geometry nodes, right? So that's kind of the plan today, is just let's go through all of the mesh nodes, and hopefully we will get through literally all of them. That is my goal, but there are a lot of them. And if we hop into Blender now, we can see all of the nodes, all of the mesh nodes in geometry nodes. And that's quite a few. And part of this, I want to say up front, there are some that I don't know perfectly. We will be referencing the manual and reading over the manual a little bit because, in my opinion, that's the best way to learn geometry nodes, is literally to read the manual. It won't just be reading the manual at you guys. Don't worry about that. But some of these are still a little bit confusing to me, and that's what excuse me, that's when we will need to reference the manual some, because I don't know these perfectly, but we can learn them together, right? So let's hop into it. And before we get into this, I want to say the topology nodes, we're gonna need to look at the manual a lot for those because oh boy topology can get a little bit dense when you're looking at it. So we're probably going to save those for last because in order to look at topology, we need some geometry. So let's do that, shall we? So yeah, we just have basic C, and I have the cube is the one with all of this on it, and since we don't have an output node, there's no geometry. So let's sacrifice our light and our camera, and we're gonna keep the cube because we need some geometry to start with. And I say let's just start off with taking a look at all of the primitives in our mesh nodes, right? So we have a whole lot of primitive nodes. Honestly, usually I just start off with the grid for most things, or like a grid, an icosphere, a mesh line for a lot of what I do. Can we have a bit more volume? Absolutely. I meant to ask, starting off here, let me know if that's good. I can keep cranking it up or not, or turn it back down. I meant to ask, how's the volume, how's the audio, because between the various things that I do at my PC where I'm recording or streaming or talking with friends on Discord, I have to adjust the audio settings a lot. So let me know if that's good, and we'll keep going. So, like I was saying, I often use grid a bit more. Okay. Yeah. And I know there's a little bit of delay too, so I guess I'll give a little bit more time to hear the response. And see if that's good, because, you know, stream's not worth anything if you guys can't hear anything, right? Yeah. Also, thanks everybody. Absolutely. And thanks everybody for hopping in this morning. I keep saying morning. It's morning where I'm at. Whatever time of day it is for you, I hope you're having a good day. And yeah, let's keep talking about the primitives. So, yeah, I say I often use a grid. I've been doing a lot of cellular automata simulations of late. So, like Conway's Game of Life, the last video I posted, we used a grid. I wanted to make another video on that using the UV sphere, which, come to think of it, hold on a second, did I forget one of the primitives here? I don't see UV sphere. Yep, nope, I forgot it. There we go. We also have a UV sphere. Nice. And why don't we, real quick, get a switch node so that we can kind of scroll through all of these? Or should we join them together so that we can see them side by side and compare? You know what, let's get a join geometry node, and we'll just string these all together and probably offset all of their positions so that we can look at all of them side by side and kind of compare the different primitives. I know this may sound real basic, but I do want to take a good couple minutes to take a look at all of the primitives, because some of these are more complex than others. Like the cone, the cylinder. Now it's good. Perfect. But yeah, the cone, cylinder, they have obviously a lot more going on in all of the settings here. So we're going to take a moment or two to look at them, and honestly we're going to look at them together because they are pretty similar. And hopefully that's self-evident, but when we get to that I'll explain that. We've got cube, we've also got our two spheres we'll look at side by side. I like the icosphere better than UV sphere. Let me know which one you prefer. Saying that out loud sounds a little nerdy, but like, whatever. I have a favorite sphere. Okay, and then we've got mesh circle, mesh line. We'll handle those together because I don't know how I'd categorize them, but like, I think of them as lines as opposed to solids. They're all primitives, but like, whatever. And I wouldn't really lump cube and grid together, but like, whatever. Anyway, we've got all of our primitives here, right? And let's get them to show up in our space. Why aren't they showing up? What the heck? What? Oh, I know why. It's because we need a group output. Yeah, there wasn't any group output node in there whatsoever, and so even though we were using the viewer node, it won't actually show anything unless there is an output node. I don't know what the technical details are as to why that is, but I don't know, you need it. And I'm probably the only person in the world who ever runs into that problem, because I like to lay out all of my nodes for demonstrations like this, and I start off by getting rid of the input and output nodes. But usually, you keep the output node. Anyway, we've got all of those. Let's get a few set position nodes real quick. We'll just... trying to think of the best way to like lay them all out side by side without taking too much time to actually get that going so that we can go over all of the inputs and outputs on this, right? I think set position's the best. Or we just look at them individually and I'll set that up later. Yeah, let's do that. So, okay, let's start off with our cube. Cubes, very straightforward, right? It's just a cube. We have a vector for our size, so you can have it be like a rectangular prism if we're going to get real specific with our geometry terms. But it comes in as a 1 by 1 by 1 cube as opposed to the default cube in the I'm blanking on the term, in the 3D viewport. This comes in as a 2 by 2 by 2 cube. It's a small detail, but it's important. What the heck? Why aren't you deleting? Okay. Weird. Anyway, it's a small detail. This is half the size of the default cube you start off with. And then you can determine the number of vertices. So if we go over here to wireframe, we have 2 vertices per axis. And if we up that, we see additional subdivisions, right? And that's all that we have for a cube. Hello, nice day night to all, multiverse, and thank you for another useful stream. Absolutely. Hello, Igor. I hope I'm saying that right. Hello, and welcome. But yeah, so that is basic cube. I don't want to spend more time on that than it really needs. It's fairly straightforward. And one thing we should address right now, because almost all of these primitives will have this, we have both a mesh and a UV map output. That's real important because if we don't do anything with our UV map, none of the geometry that we create with any of these primitives will have a UV map. Let's see if I can get a good way to demonstrate that. I don't want to bring up UV editor because whenever you're doing UVs in geometry nodes, it doesn't really show up in UV editor because it doesn't exactly get processed, but you can use stored attributes to save your UVs on your geometry and to bring them into shader editor. So we're going to bring up the shader editor instead. So okay, let's bring in our coordinates. And let's plug in, so let's start off with our generated coordinates into our principled BSDF. I didn't expect to start talking about shaders, by the way, so if it takes me a second to kind of say everything, I was fully in the headspace of just playing around in geometry nodes, but then I remembered that, yeah, primitives, we got to talk about UVs. So let's talk about UVs. Anyway, so let's plug in the generated UVs into our base color, and then if we switch to shading, our shading preview, viewport shading, that's what that one's called. Okay, and give it a hot second here because I haven't initialized cycles or EV. I think we're in EV. We're gonna stay in EV because it's just easier, and we're not doing any fancy shading for the moment. Come on, computer. Or do we need a light also? We probably need a light. Grab that on the Z. And I should switch to using... Yeah, there we go. Okay. I should switch to using the output instead of the viewer, because anytime we mess with other objects, our object will disappear. Oh, and it's because we have 2 outputs. That's why it disappeared when I attached it to the output. Okay. This is what I get for just kind of flying by the seat of my pants. There are little details that I keep forgetting that I'm like, wait, why did that do that? Fortunately, I know enough to be able to correct it, but I'm just like, it keeps catching me off guard. Anyway, let's grab this, rotate it, and we'll just do the same on the other axis. And bump this up so that we can take a look. And now that I've done that, I realize probably could have just used this, the viewport, both viewport shading. Oh, this is rendered and this was preview. Anyway, let's take a look at our material. So we've got generated as our base color. Because we have no UVs, that should at least have generated on it, shouldn't it? Like I said, this is going to be a little bit of me figuring out some of the finer details as we go along. We're going to be testing and figuring some of this out together because there are so many little details in geometry nodes that, like, if you want a comprehensive guide, you got to test it out yourself. And so we're doing that live a little bit. Anyway, let's see. I could have sworn it was going to be like generated would come up, and I don't know why this isn't. And then it would be UV we would have to store the named attribute on. So it's interesting, I guess. All right. Let's see. Let's get a store named attribute, and we want to switch this to vector. UV map into the value. There's a note in the manual that says you can't save UV, like this is a protected string. I guess it's a sign for me to learn geometry nodes. Absolutely, geometry nodes are the best. You can do so much with geometry nodes. You just gotta know a lot to be able to do a lot, if that makes sense. But that's why I'm here, to encourage and help teach. So I hope you get a lot out of this. Anyway, like I was saying, there's a note saying you can't do this. In my experience, you absolutely can. Actually, let's, instead of just going with, taking my word for it, hold on, let's, I want to say this is the one that we want. Sorry, just a second while I actually pull up the manual here. UV map, 2D vector representing X, Y, yeah. I guess it doesn't say it there. Must be stored on the face corner. Oh yeah, that's true. You know what? No, I don't think that's true. So it's saying here, and let me make the text a little bit bigger so it's easier to read on stream. This is telling us that for the cube, right? So and this will be true for all of our geometry that has a UV map created with it. If we have a UV map, the UV map must be stored on the face corner in order to be accessed. I don't think that's true. So we're storing it on the point, and okay, bringing up the texture coordinate, I kind of wanted to just compare what was generated, but I don't see any UVs that are being generated here, unless we need strength, like we need some emission. No, that doesn't seem to be the case. Okay. Sometimes you just need it to glow to really be able to see it well, but waiting for advanced level geometry nodes tutorials. Absolutely. This may not be that. I mean, we're gonna go into a lot of detail on all of these nodes, or at least as much as I can fit into in the time that I have today. But if you want some really advanced geometry nodes tutorials, check out Arendelle on YouTube. He does a lot of really long streams, but also very detailed, very technical, very fascinating streams. They're long. All of his videos are pretty long in my opinion, but they get into the fine details of technical geometry nodes. What is a face corner vertex? Great question. Okay. And thank you. This is also why I wanted to talk about this on stream. Because I want questions, right? What do you guys know? What don't you know? What do you want to see? What don't you want to see? Right. So, I got a little bit ahead of myself. We have various domains here, right? So, these are all of the different, not attributes, that's a different thing. These are all the different domains, the different, like, not data types, but like the different pieces of our geometry that make up our mesh. Points are the most self-evident in my opinion. They're all of the, well, the points that make up our mesh, right? Where all of our edges meet. Then we have edges, so all of the sides, the edges of our cube? I don't know how else to say that. All of these lines that you see here in wireframe mode. Then we have our faces, so going back to shaded view, the polygon, right? So these are all quadrilaterals, depending on whether or not you're coming from like a game-centric perspective or a film-centric perspective. Faces are often quads or triangles, and in games they usually default to being triangles. Even if you didn't make them triangles, the game engine will just show them as triangles because these are all triangles. But Blender doesn't show you them as triangles unless we do some operations, which we'll talk about later. Like the last, I want to say it's an operation node, yeah, is triangulate. And if we, actually, let's just show this real quick while we're talking about faces in detail. If we bring in a triangulate node, where do I want to put this? Let's just do this. What it'll do is in wireframe, so this is with it. If you hit M, you can mute your node. Toggle mute, so just hit M again to get it back, right? And so this will show you how the triangles are, and it'll give you a couple of different methods to calculate your triangles. So you can change how they look. So I'm not going to explain all of these different modes here. We'll talk about it when we get to this node. But basically you can adjust which way all of the triangles go based on different algorithms. And I know it looks like I'm not changing anything here. That's because we have a very simple cube. Nothing crazy is going on. And like I said, I'll explain how those different modes are calculated later. So getting back to it, so that's our faces. Very straightforward. There's some technical detail there, but straightforward. Then we have face corners, and this is where our UVs need to come in, right? Face corners are a domain that are specifically about UVs. There are ways we can use them to manipulate the geometry in a lot of interesting ways and like really smart ways. So if you know what's going on with your face corners, you can manipulate everything else. And this is where I'm like, okay, that is a specific part of geometry nodes that I need to research more, and I'm hoping to get to that later. But what they are let's get some annotation going here. We have a face corner in all of the corners of each of our faces, right? And these are not our vertices. So I drew them out for this face, and of course they're drawn in the middle there, but they exist for all of our faces. So each corner of our mesh has the same number of face corners as it does faces. Each face corner is associated both with the vertex here and the face, and what it tells you is where the corner of each of your faces should be in UV space, right? So our 0 to 1 space that we use for texturing, for applying images, and just various things for shading. Usually images, that's been my experience applying images to our mesh, but that's my best description of what a face corner is. If that doesn't make sense, let me know. We can go over it again, and we'll go over it again, and we can read the definition that's given in the manual. Honestly, that's maybe something I should do, but yeah, Arendelle is good, but wanted some Houdini-like effects execution using Blender's geometry nodes. Absolutely. Oh, I love Houdini. Houdini's my, I don't want to say bread and butter, because at this point it's been several years since I've been in Houdini, but you can do so much in Houdini. I love it. And I'd say that's where I want to go. I like geometry a little too much. Most people do things like pyro, so fire sims, explosions, and things like that in Houdini, in a lot of more visual effects, which I also enjoy doing, but I like just kind of building with shapes and creating dynamic and procedural meshes a little too much to do anything, to like really break down how you make effects in Houdini and do them again in geometry nodes. I should do that because that would be a lot of fun. But I like building little buildings out of cubes with procedural node networks. Anyway, getting back to it. So just to finish talking about all of this, so spline, instance, and layer, these are all different domains that we don't have here because we're just looking at mesh nodes, right? But splines, we'll talk about that more when we get to curves, which will be another stream. But that's kind of each curve individually. If I remember right, I'll need to read the manual for that again. Instances is for each instance. We'll save whatever we're doing here. And then layer is specifically for when we're talking about grease pencil and bringing grease pencil in to geometry nodes. Yeah, it says it right there, attribute on grease pencil layer. So those are the other three. They're not relevant for today. We'll talk about them more in detail another time. But yeah, so that's face corners. I hope that helps. And let's get rid of all of this stuff here. And okay, what were we doing? So we're going to store UV map. We'll save them as UVs. And we'll hook that up to the output. Now let's go back to our material. If we then get an attribute, because our texture coordinate isn't going to bring this up, bring up an attribute node, and here we just need to type in the same string we used to store this information on. And unlike in geometry nodes, whenever you do this, we'll get this drop down of all of the different attributes we've already created. When you go to reference those same attributes in shader editor, you don't get that. You have to type it in manually. So make sure that you've, typed it in the same way. You don't have any typos between these because Blender's not going to help you out with that. Anyway, so now that we have this here, we can take our vector, plug it in, and what the heck? And here's the danger of doing this live on stream. There's got to be some little detail that I've forgotten that is just not... I'm just cycling through the different domains, or attribute types, whatever, just to make sure. But there's some little detail that I've forgotten that's going to keep this from looking like I know what I'm talking about. I promise I do. So it's like UV seams for each face. Yeah, seams, yes. You can have seams in there because you can have two face corners that on the mesh are referenced to the same vertex, but then you can assign them to be in two different locations on your UV area, and so you would consider that a seam. It gets a little bit wonky when we're talking about topology. Like I said before, when we're talking about topology here, it doesn't feel like that's the terminology I would use, but maybe you would. And again, this is one of the things that I'm hoping to read the manual more about and figure out a little bit more. But yeah, it sounds like you've got the general idea. It just gets a little bit wonky in particular when you go to actually use them in geometry nodes. So yeah, let me know if you have more questions about face corners and whatnot. Now I've got to figure out why the heck we're not seeing our UVs in our shader. Like, what the heck? Let's just duplicate this and get this out of that space so that we can kind of isolate it and not have all of this noise going on, right? Try changing the name on the store. Yeah, I should try changing the name because, like I was saying before, I disagreed with the idea that the name should be different. I get it, thanks. Absolutely. I'm glad that helped. Yeah, let's go with UV dash map. I don't know, just something that like we know what it is, but it's different. Yeah, UV dash map. I know this works. Hey, I've used this before. I've used this in so many projects, and I'm baffled that when I go to do this and explain this, it just doesn't wanna. Yeah, God, that is frustrating. Like, I don't know what else you want from me, geometry nodes. This is normal. Oh, no. We do have 2D vector in here. You still have a Z component on it, so that's another thing where it's like, I usually just default to vector. I don't see much benefit to the 2D vector. I think they introduced that in Blender 4.2 question mark? But I usually just use vector, and that works just fine. Oh, you know what? I'm trying to think of other ways to like get this to work to show you. Try something different than UV something. That's a good idea. And thanks for the suggestions and the help, everybody. I appreciate it. Let's just go with map. And maybe there is just something weird about the name. I'm gonna delete this attribute node because, I don't know, sometimes computers are just finicky. And I hate that that's my explanation, because that sounds bad, but also sometimes they're just weird, right? Okay, we're gonna have to move on because I want to show how this works. I want to show that we can manipulate our UVs later on in the stream, but also, like, I want to move on, you know? Because we're just looking at a cube and there's so many other things to get to. There's so many cool operations I want to get to. But also, why the heck is this not working? I don't understand. That's just... Let's take a second. We should be able to see... Okay, something is... I'm positive this is working fine. The fact that we're not getting any difference... Come on. Between the various options in the texture coordinate tells me something else is wrong here. And I don't use a ton of shader. Like, I do mostly geometry nodes. And I can do a fair bit in shaders, but, like, that's not my forte. So there's got to be some little thing that I'm forgetting about here. Also, there is a weird thing with geometry nodes where, like, sometimes if you're trying to use things outside geometry nodes, like use data that you've generated in geometry nodes, you have to actually apply the modifier before it'll actually calculate that information. This shouldn't be one of those times, but that is a thing, just so that you're aware. This definitely shouldn't be one of those times. What the heck? Set material. Oh my god, you're right. I'm sorry. Hey, nice to see you again. Hey, nice to see you. Thank you, thank you. But, Salah, again, I'm sorry if I butcher names. Thank you so much. You just pointed out the #1 problem I have with geometry nodes. Every time, every single time, I forget the set material node. I can't. Oh, right, because you have to actually set the material. Okay. I need a tracker over my head for the number of hours I've spent debugging geometry nodes in my life, just for it to turn out that I didn't add a set material node. Thank you. I was starting to feel like I was going insane. Ugh. So now we can move on and show... I need to take a second and just, like... contemplate my life choices, right? Set material node. Oh my god. Thank you so much for that. So, okay, moving on. We have set material node. Now I want to see if UVs as a name works. It does. Okay, cool. Just wanted to check, you know, as a, like, in the programmer headspace, if you change too many things back to back to back, sometimes I change too many things and lose track of what all I've changed, and it creates more bugs, right? So I wanted to get back to the thing that I initially tested was, can we use UVs as the attribute name? And we very much can. So, okay, we have the UV map that's generated on our cube, saved as an attribute, and now we can pull this in using an attribute node to our shader. Fantastic, that works. And real quick, just one more thing before we move on, I want to see, I don't think that counts as the UV. Okay, cool. So what I wanted to show here is that we have all of our texture coordinate inputs, right? So we'll have generated coordinates, which is the absolute position of all of our vertices in 3D space. That's what we're seeing here, right? So if you're not familiar, the colors of our different axes are basically our XYZ, like XYZ, RGB, they're both in the same order, and that's the color that we see here. So we're in negative in this point for all three of our axes, so it's black. We're positive for all of them, so it's white, and then the others reflect the extreme of the different axes. So those are our generated coordinates versus our UV map coordinates, which are only in the red and the green. Had to think for a second. They're only in the red and the green, which is why we don't see any blue here, and that's why we have a hard line here, because the layout is different than the absolute position in 3D space. Anyway, all of that is to say, for our cube and several of our other primitives, we have a UV map that we start off with, but in order to access it, you have to save it as a named attribute. Otherwise, if this isn't connected, it doesn't exist as far as Blender is concerned. Cool. Okay, so oh my goodness gracious. It is we are about 40 minutes into the stream and we've only talked about the cube node. Let's go a little bit faster now, shall we? Thanks for sticking around with me trying to debug all of that. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's our cube. We also have, and let's get our output node here. We also have a grid, which also has a UV map, right? So let's get our store named attribute, get this, set it to vector. I don't know why I'm redoing this. I didn't think I would be doing it, but whatever. We're saving it on our face corner. I also wanted to see, I'm pretty sure you can save it on your points. It just depends on what space you want to work in. I think there are pros and cons to both, but anyway, let's save this as our UVs. Set name, set material, set material. Almost did the exact same thing. Oh my gosh. There we go. Okay, so, yep, we have a UV map for our grid. Let's just, with this same setup, show that we have that for our cone, for our cylinder, and all of the others. I'm actually a little bit interested. I don't think I've ever looked at the UV space, the UV map for an icosphere. That's neat. So we've got our seam going along this way. So, neat. And then our UV sphere, which of course has, you know, just a very normal UV map. And actually, come to think of it, there are a few times that I need a value that goes from 0 to 1 going around the sphere, and I keep calculating it by hand. I should just use the UV map. Why haven't I done that before? And this is why we go through all of the nodes and we talk about all of the nodes, because there's so much you can learn. Even if you think you know what's going on, it helps you make those connections when you review it, right? And then of course, our last primitives, we have mesh circle and mesh line. There's no UV output because these are essentially just lines. Like if we look at them, we've got a line here and we've got a circle there. So, and now we'll go back and look at all of these. I just wanted to show the UV map for each of our primitives as we go. Okay, so we've talked about the cube, the grid. We have an X and a Y. We have number of vertices. Same thing as we were talking about earlier, you know, the length on either side and the number of subdivisions, basically. And that's our grid. Very simple, very basic. Now the cone is where things start to get interesting, and I want to talk about the cone and the cylinder together because they're kind of the same thing in my opinion. So we have basically the same inputs. So we have number of vertices. This is around the bottom, the base of our cone. And we have number of side segments. Let's look at, wireframe here. And let me know if you can't see that wireframe because YouTube compression and all of that, right? But we've got number of side segments. It's kind of like a Z subdivide. Then we have our fill segments, and that's for the base here. Let's get rid of our side segments so that we can see the base. Because we have an option for the fill type on our cone. We have n-gon and we have triangles. Well, we have n-gon, triangles, and none. The difference here is we need a few more segments to really see this. So we have it set to triangles right now. Let's look at it from the top. And that's because we get all of these triangles, right? Whereas if we go n-gon, well, we get triangles. And I think that's mostly because we have the fill segments turned up. Yeah, so if we have just one fill segment, so it's one face, right? We get one big polygon. And that's all that we get there. But if we turn up the fill segments, we get all of these quads and then one n-gon in the middle. Whereas if we take a look at triangles, now we've filled that middle n-gon with triangles. It depends on what you're doing with your geometry as to what's better. Obviously, it's all about your use case, but there are differences there. And then we can, of course, go with none. And this looks like the n-gon with no segments, which, did it get rid of that? Yeah, it also gets rid of the fill segments. So that that is not a persistent input. Anyway, going back to none, it looks like n-gons. If we go back to, what is this? The shading? Yeah, just viewport shading. We can see there's just no geometry down there. Great. So that's all of that. Then we have a parameter for the radius of the top. And this is why I say that our cylinder is similar to our cone. The difference here is that we have two different radiuses, right? We have the radius for the top, radii, c'est la vie. We have the radius for the top, and we have the radius for the bottom. So we have control for both of those, but essentially this just gives us a fancier cone, or cylinder, right? And then we have depth, so this is just our height, the height of our cone. And something to, just like one more thing to keep in mind here, the cone and the cylinder, is it for the cylinder? Hold on. No, the cone starts at 0, 0 for the height, right? Like, we have no geometry below our ground plane. Also, I'm sorry, that music is, I'd like to just fast forward. I don't know, something about that, it was a little too intense for me, losing my concentration. Anyway, the cone starts at the ground plane, which is real important, because the cylinder does not. The cone didn't. Neither of our spheres did. The cube didn't. The cube also had geometry below the ground plane. I don't know why cone decides to start at the ground plane, but it's the only one that does. I guess that and the line, but anyway, those are all of our inputs for our cone. We also have several outputs. So we have 3 booleans and of course our UV map. We've already talked about the UV map. This gives us selection for... That's weird. Oh wait, I inverted it in my head. Okay. Would be nice to make vase geometry with these nodes for 3D printing purposes. Yeah, absolutely. I would say it depends on what kind of vase you want to make, because there are ways you could do this to give you more control over the shape. But like if you just want a straight-sided vase, yeah, cone would work just fine. And I'll show you what I mean probably in another stream. If you want to know about vase geometry, ask and we can talk about it, but I would say the best way to make a vase would be to use a curve, which is why I say in another stream we would talk about that. Because, yeah, you can essentially, like, in Houdini you call it sweep. I think it's just a curves to mesh operation. You would do it in geometry nodes. But you could use, like, a Bezier curve to give you more control of the sides of the vase and get, like, that nice, like, vase shape. Anyway, so we have all of these different booleans. This top boolean returns true for all of the points, all of the verts that are at the top of our cone. And if we increase the side segments, again, just taking a look at the, well, you can't hardly see, there we go, the grid. We have a lot more geometry now, and so it's only returning true up here for our points. It looks like we've got a gradient here, and that's just kind of going across, like, the faces. So you could read a different value from different points on the surface of those faces, but it's really stored on the points. So these points are returning true for the top. If we take a look at the bottom, same thing. And then for the side, since we have no geometry at the top or bottom because our fill type is none, let's go to n-gon. We see we have a boolean. Excuse me? Let's switch our shading. Okay, so we have our boolean that's true for all of these side points, but not for any of the points at the top or bottom of our cone. Cool. Let me know if you have questions there, and we're going to kind of take a look at the cylinder now, but not going to go through it in the same level of detail because these are all the same, right? The biggest difference here is that, well, one, it starts below the Z, uh, the 0 on the Z, it starts below the ground plane, like I said before. And we have one less input, so we don't get a top radius. Our radius controls for both the top and the bottom. Otherwise, it's exactly the same. We have all of the same controls, and we have the same different outputs. We have the same booleans, we have a UV map, we have our mesh. It's all the same, just one less control. And depending on what you're doing, you probably won't need that, so use, like if you're doing pipes and you just want straight pipes, use a cylinder instead of a cone. But if you wanted a pipe to like flare, add a cone there. I hope that makes sense. I'm just kind of thinking through a use case in my head. Again, let me know if you have questions. But that is our cone and our cylinder. So, we'll get rid of these because we don't need extra clutter. Let's set these off to the side real quick. And since we're not taking a look at all of these all together, I'm just going to get rid of some of that clutter too. Let's get all of these over to the side because we've talked about them. And let's talk about our spheres, right? So UV sphere is probably your default sphere, right? It's the sphere that I imagine most people think of when they think of spheres in 3D because it looks like a globe. We have two poles and a bunch of like latitude, longitude lines. Right, like this, it looks like a globe, and so you can very easily map like an Earth map onto it, an Earth texture onto it. You could map the moon, you could map Mars, you can map any planet onto it, and it just looks like a planet. There are pros and cons, of course, to using a UV sphere versus an icosphere. The biggest one being your topology. Right, your UV map, it has a nice line. We can just take a look at the map without actually looking at on the material. I did that earlier because I wanted to show how you get those attributes over there and like how that works, because if you want to actually use the UVs, you need to know how to transfer that data. But if we're just taking a look at the data itself, we can just use the viewer. Anyway, you have this nice straight line that is kind of like your prime meridian, sticking with the globe analogy here. And really that's it. It's nice and simple, but you do have these 2 points at the poles where all of your UVs converge onto one point, and that can get a little bit weird when you're texturing things that should have like a seamless texture or a... Well, I was going to say a generated texture, but usually if you're using like noise in geometry nodes or in shaders, it doesn't matter what your UVs are doing. But yeah, it's something to keep in mind. You have all of your geometry converging to a point, which means that all of your, like the distance between your points changes as you go from one pole to the other. And so it's just something to keep in mind. Like if I were to use this as a grid for Game of Life, I'm going to keep referencing Game of Life because that's the latest project I did on my channel. You couldn't use the distance method that I used for that project, where I compared the distance from one point to another to determine whether or not it's in the neighborhood. Because all of the distances between the nearest neighbors on this geometry are different. It's just not an even spread of points. Whereas with our icosphere, it is... Let's get rid of the UV map. All of these are evenly spread apart. And if we increase the number of subdivisions, which I know I didn't go over the inputs for the UV sphere, we'll come back to that in a second. But we can increase the number of subdivisions and we get a smoother sphere. And all of these points are generally evenly spaced apart. So this is really good for any time you need evenly spaced geometry and you really can't have those two poles, right? Anyway, going back to the inputs on our UV sphere. So we have segments and rings. So segments are like the longitude on our globe. They're the vertical lines that subdivide our sphere. So if we increase these, we'll see that we'll get thinner and thinner bands going along our sphere. But we have the same number of segments going around our sphere. So in order to get a smoother sphere, we have to increase the number of rings. And now we have something closer to our square grid again. Let's reduce those down to something. Well, let's just reset values. I thought that was an option in this menu. Maybe not. Whatever. So yeah, segments, rings. Segments are longitude, rings are latitude. Segments, vertical, rings going all the way around. Then we have our radius. Just changes how big or small the radius is of our sphere, right? Very straightforward. And then for our icosphere, our subdivisions kind of does the job of both our segments and rings. So the more subdivisions you have, the more faces you have, the more geometry you have, the smoother your sphere is. But you need to be careful with that, because every time you increase the number of subdivisions, you quadruple the number of, or the amount of geometry you have, the number of points, the number of faces. In fact, Blender has a safeguard to make sure that you don't overdo it with this, and you can't increase the number of subdivisions by default above 7. 7 is the maximum. You can override it if you bring in an integer node and type in 8 and plug that in. Now we have so much geometry. It's kind of crazy. Be careful with this, please, because like I said, you quadruple the number of points you have every time you increase this by 1. So I really wouldn't recommend going above 7 unless you really know what you're doing and you really need that much geometry, because we don't have shade smooth set on this sphere, but it looks pretty darn smooth to me. And then of course radius. Ooh, and you can kind of see the lag as compared to when we were doing this with the UV sphere, because there's just that much geometry. Set that back down to 5 or something more reasonable, and we should be able to see, yeah, that's a lot less laggy, at least on my end. Hopefully YouTube's compression, again, isn't too bad. So those are our spheres. Now let's take a look at our mesh circle and mesh line. So mesh circle, we have number of vertices. We can reduce this down to 3, or up to however many we want. We again have a choice of different fill types, so we have none. If we go n-gon, we'll just get it, well, in this case, a triangle, right? And this is maybe the best way to show the difference between n-gon and triangle. So it looks like this should be the way that triangle would calculate, right? But if we switch to triangle while we have only 3 vertices, we'll see that we get an additional point in the center, and we get 3 triangles, because just like with our cone, it adds triangles for each of our segments here, right? Each of our sides for our circle. Also, if you need a triangle, this is one of the best ways to get it in geometry nodes, is just mesh circle set to 3 vertices, and then you can do whatever you need to with that. Our mesh line is a little bit more complicated, and I would usually like to talk about this in conjunction with a curve line, because I think those go hand in hand the most. But we're not talking about curves today. We're talking about meshes. So we have 2 modes for our mesh. We have offset and endpoints. This calculates where, like, how we're going to spread out the 2 ends of our line. So right now we're at offset, and we have 10 points. These are all the default values. And we have our start location and offset. So if we adjust the start location, you'll see we're adjusting where all of our points are. And you can also see by looking at the the density of our ground plane, we're pretty zoomed out here. Whereas if we go to endpoints, we've decreased the size of our line, and that's because in offset, it's offsetting each point by 1 in the z in this case. So it's adding 1 to every point as we increase the number of points on our line. Whereas offset, we go to endpoint, whereas endpoints, we're setting the start and end locations. And so if we change the z here, now that's not a good example. If we change the x, yeah, that's what I was doing a second ago. If we change the x for our start location, instead of changing where all of our points are, and let me zoom in a little better so you can see that, instead of changing where all of the points are, we're only changing where the start is and then the interpolation from start to end. So we get this angle instead of just offsetting the whole line, right? So yeah, I prefer to work with endpoints and just set that start and end location. And then the count is how long, not how long this would be in endpoints, but how many points do we have between our start and end. In offset, it is how long is the, or sorry, how many points do we have, so therefore how long is it going to be times the offset, right? And then we can also change from count to resolution, so we can say that our resolution is 1 meter, so we'll add a point every meter. Let's actually instance some points on our points. Yeah, instance on points. Let's get some points. Or no. Let's not do it that way. We'll go mesh to points. There we go. That's actually one of the nodes we'll talk about here in a minute. And we can use a join node so that we can see all of the points and the line at the same time. Let's go back to shaded. There we go. So looking at this, we're looking at resolution. So every meter, we're going to add a point. I don't know how long this is offhand, but greater than a meter, so we have 3 points. If we switch back to count, we'll have 34 points because that's what I left it at. The default is 10, so we'll go back to 10, and that's just the difference. This is just to show the difference between resolution. Okay, the distance between each of these points is roughly a meter. And count, that's just going to give you 10 points regardless of how long it is. So okay, those are all of our primitives. Fairly straightforward. Like, we went into a lot of detail, but that's just because there are a lot of different inputs for all of these. They're all kind of unique. We clumped them together to talk about them, but it's not too crazy. It's pretty self-explanatory, but I just wanted to share all of the details that I could think of and that there really are for all of these. Well, I said that out loud. Now I'm like, ooh, are there details that I've forgotten? Ideally, no. But that's all of our primitives. So let's now move on to, let's see, we have read, sample, write is just kind of hanging out there. I had these all clustered together to make the thumbnail for this stream, but we can spread them apart so that we can see them. And okay, what section would you guys like to see next? I'm debating between read and operations. Probably read, because then we can talk about all of the information we can get from a mesh. And we can use the primitives to kind of showcase the different data, the different domains, just all of the different information that we can read from all of them and what information there is on our various primitives, right? Like, we won't have any face information on our mesh circle or our mesh line, but we would have that for basically everything else. So hearing nothing, and I know there's a delay. I'm trying to wait for a delay so I can actually hear your responses. But if you guys don't have a preference, we're just gonna jump into the read nodes. Then I'm thinking the well, the sample and write nodes, because those are fairly small, and then we'll get into operations and finally topologies and UVs. So okay, let's take a look at all of the read nodes. And let's see, how do we want to go about doing this? Let's start with probably the edge angle node. Yeah, I don't see why not. It's just top of the list. By the way, all of these are sorted by the category in the menu here. So if you go to, if you hit Shift A, for those of you who may not know, Shift A, we're going to go to Mesh, we'll go to Read, and then these are all here, and I just kind of place them in order that they show up in the menu. But let's take a look at the edge angle node. So this node shows you the angle between your two faces, because it is the angle of your edge, right? So instead of the angle of two edges, where you know how you would draw an angle on paper, just two lines, instead of doing that, we're taking the two faces and what's the angle between those two planes. So if we bring up just a cube, and let's visualize that cube, right? And then we'll read the unsigned angle. All of it's positive because there's no sign. And those are kind of the two options that we have here, signed and unsigned. Unsigned is faster to compute, if I remember correctly, because it just kind of looks at, okay, what's the angle? So it'll take the angle that's less than 180 degrees. And the reason it'll do that is because it looks at the smaller angle and computes that, versus the signed angle, which is where it looks at its normals and computes, okay, which way are the faces facing, and computes what is that angle, which can be over 180 degrees. So we're just looking at a white cube here. That's not very informative. What we want to do is bring up the text attribute. There we go. And all of this is going to be in radians, right? So I was talking about degrees. It's in radians. That's why I need to figure out how to make this text bigger. I don't know if all of you can read that, but it's 1.5708 radians, which, if you stare at unit circles as much as I do, please, I hope you don't, you'll know well, I don't know that offhand. I know that we're looking at a cube, and that is 90 degrees in radians. Like, that sine of 90 degrees is 1.5708. And I don't think there will be a difference, yeah, because these are all convex angles, meaning they're smaller than 180 degrees. There's no difference between our unsigned and signed angle. Whereas, let's bring in Suzanne. I don't think any of our primitives by default have any convex geometry, or sorry, concave geometry. So let's bring in Suzanne, who definitely has concave geometry, and take a look at her signed and unsigned angles. So new geometry nodes, and it's edge angle is the name of the nodes. I was trying to look for signed and unsigned angles. That's not how any of this works. But okay. We have a lot of geometry, so let's get rid of that real quick. The attribute text. And we're going to take, and you can see, yeah, we have some dark values. I don't think anything's black because none of these are necessarily, well, we're looking at unsigned angles, so we're seeing angles that are pretty close to 0 turn up darker, but none of these are black. But if we look at signed angles, yeah, we get a lot of these that come up black, and that's because the angle is negative. It's greater than 180 degrees. Oh, I'm trying to think of it in my head, but let's just pull up the manual real quick and read this verbatim so that I'm not spitballing anymore on any of this. And let's just see what it says, right? So yeah, unsigned angles, the shortest angle in radians between two faces where they meet at an edge. The range of the data is from 0 to pi. Flat edges and non-manifold edges have an angle of 0. So we should probably talk over what is manifold, what is non-manifold. I maybe should have discussed that earlier, but we didn't really we kind of ran into it. Whatever, details. We'll talk about that here in a hot second. An edge between two faces completely folded back on each other has an angle of pi or 180 degrees. So yeah, where the faces are overlapping, where you would get Z fighting or laminar faces, depends on what terminology you're familiar with, where two faces are connected and overlapping, you'll get an angle of pi or 180 degrees. And here it gives you a tip saying that computing the unsigned value is slightly faster than the signed angle. So if there's no need to distinguish between convex and concave angles, using this value can provide a performance improvement. And that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Just, yeah, you give it less to think about if you don't care about the sign of whether or not it's positive or negative. So if you don't need to worry about that, just run with the unsigned angle and it'll be a little bit more performant for you. Then we have the signed angle. The signed angle is in radians between two faces where they meet at an edge. Same thing. Basically, it's just signed now. Flat edges, have an angle of 0. So that's an important distinction between these two. Before, where they were overlapping, flat edges and non-manifold edges. Okay. Now this isn't where they're folded back on each other. Okay, so flat edges, as in like we have an edge, but the two faces are flat, right? They're perfectly in line. They're coplanar. If we want to get technical, that has an angle of 0. Whereas before, like, no, the other way wouldn't have it at 180 degrees. Yeah, that's an angle of 0. I would consider a straight line to be 180 degrees, but here we're calling it 0. Okay, concave angles are positive and convex angles are negative. So, okay, so if it's saying, like, where my hand... No, I should be drawing this in Blender. Let's annotate some, yeah? So, we have a line. These are our faces, right? I'm just going to draw them as a line. We have a point at either end and a point in the middle. This is perfectly flat. I would consider this 180 degrees. In Blender, we're considering this 0. This is flat. We have no angle, which I guess is why they're saying that that's 0. In the signed version, if, say, it's bent slightly this way, assuming that our normals are up this way, this would be a negative, right? Because this is concave. That is a very small negative value. Whereas the opposite here would be a very small positive value. Anyway, that's our edge angle node. It gives you that information. Let's go back to our cube. Turn off Suzanne. Goodbye, Suzanne. I'm sure we will be coming back to you. And let's take a look at edge neighbors. So, hold on a second, because there are a few nodes I want to talk about. All of the neighbor nodes. Yeah, let's just bring up all of the neighbors. So we have edge neighbors. We have face neighbors. And we have vertex neighbors. I believe those are all of our neighbors. Yeah, just the 3. Okay. So we have edge neighbors, which gives us our face count. So how many faces? I just remembered, I said I would come back and talk about manifold geometry. What is manifold geometry? So, I'm not going to explain where manifold as a term comes from. I looked it up once, and it's kind of a deep, like... It's not exactly relevant why we use the term manifold. What's important is what it means. So manifold means that we have a continuous surface. There are no holes in our mesh. There's nothing that isn't physically possible, right? Like you can't have a piece of paper, or I'm sorry, you can't have like a sphere that you poked a hole in that does... No, that's not a good analogy. Faces in polygon modeling, right? Not CAD, not your engineering modeling. Faces here have... Our geometry here has basically no volume. Like there's no thickness whenever you have a grid, whenever you have just one face. There's no thickness to it, so there's no volume. So that, a singular face, like our grid node, let's just pull that up here. Our grid is non-manifold, and we don't need to be looking at... Oh, goodness me. If I could use the correct keyboard shortcuts. Looking at our grid. This is non-manifold because there's no thickness here, there's no volume, it is just one face, and this isn't exactly physically possible, right? There's no physical object that has no volume. Even a sheet of paper has volume. So this is considered non-manifold, whereas our cube is manifold because it has a volume. All of our normals face outward, there are no holes in it. It's a nice continuous surface. Yeah, there's a nice continuous surface with no edges that just hang out into space, no holes in it, nothing like that. And that's important because for us to have, for us to be able to use some of the nodes that we'll talk about in a minute, it has to be manifold, and if it's non-manifold, a lot of the values will return as 0. They kind of just don't exist if it's non-manifold. And I bring this up when we talk about face neighbors because our face count, very importantly, it'll tell you how many faces an edge shares. So here, all of our edges have 2 faces, and that's very normal for manifold. So all manifold geometry should return with all of your edges having 2 faces. If it is less than 2 or greater than 2, you have non-manifold geometry. So this is a good way to test for that and to find edges. Like if we jump into edit mode here, we're in geometry nodes. What am I doing? We can't jump into edit mode. Uh, let's add in a cube so that I can show you a good example of non-manifold geometry. Because in Blender, we can take this edge and extrude it, right? So now this edge here has 3 face neighbors. That's non-manifold, and one of the ways that you would get that node returning a value of 3, or basically just not 2. The other way would be to delete both this face, only face, no. Just delete that face, delete that face. Now all 4 of these edges would return 1 for its face neighbors, because they only define 1 face. Oh, we need to hop out of edit mode to take a look at our cube again. So that's basically what face neighbors tells us. And again, if we bring up our text, we'll see that 2 shows up for all of our edges. And it's pretty straightforward and similar for all of the other neighbor nodes here. It tells you how many of the other domains are associated with this element on the given domain, right? So we've got edge neighbors, it tells you how many faces are associated with it. We have face neighbors, it tells you how many vertices and vertices and faces are associated with it. Usually these 2 values are the same if we are in manifold geometry. So we have 4 points per face here. We also have 4 faces. Let's stop looking at this so that we can look at the geometry, right? So this face has 4 faces that it's attached to. It also has 4 points, and it has 4 edges. So all of these values return the same. That's not always the case. It's usually the case. And when you don't have manifold geometry, these values will be different. So you can use that to detect non-manifold geometry, or like if you do have different edges extruded in different places, you can detect that and either delete it if you want it to be manifold geometry, but there's some edge case that you're running into that it's giving you extra weird geometry in places. You can use it to delete it, or you can use it to do other operations on that extraneous geometry. And then talking about our vertex neighbors, same thing, vertex count, face count. How many vertices are attached to this vertex? Now that might sound weird, but what it's saying is like we've got annotate. We've got a vertex here, and it's attached via an edge to this vertex here, and to this vertex here, and to this vertex here. And again, that matches the number of faces that this vertex is attached to. That's not always the case. We could extrude from this point off into space here. But it tells you, how many vertices that vertex is connected to via an edge. So those are all of our neighbor nodes. I use that quite a bit for just, detecting different weird bits of geometry that have been created through my procedural processes. Also use it to like see, okay, where are my holes? Where are different cases where you need to know where your geometry is doing something different, and then you can do whatever operation on it. So we've done all of our neighbors. Let's look at edge vertices. Talking about edge neighbors, vertex neighbors. Let's talk about our edge vertices, because there's a lot of information that we can get from that node. So what this node gives us is basically, given an edge, right? What are the indices of the connecting, like what are the vertices, what are the indices of the vertices that define this edge? So if we take a look here, let's switch from auto to edge. I mean, I guess it was already looking at edge, so the index of vertex 1 for each of these edges is shown here. Sorry, again, that text is small, but it gives you the index. So let's maybe take a look at the index of each of our points. Is this the best way to show this? I'm not sure it is. Maybe we could combine our vertices into a vector. And of course, it's all going to look like 0. So let's turn off our color and just look at the attribute text. So we've got 3 inputs, or 3 values for our vector, of course. But we're just going to look at the x and the y. So this gives us the index of both of the vertices that make up this edge. I'm really trying to explain this in the best way I can and in a way that everybody can understand, but yeah, it gives you the information for both of these. And really the key point here is that the order that these are given to us is arbitrary. Blender has no way of knowing which one is supposed to come first. It may seem like it should be able to, but in the case that we're looking at a mesh here, there's no first vertex for an edge. There's no second. If you were to look at a mesh line, so all of these vertices are laid out one after the other, then yeah, you would assume there's an order to all of this, but when we're just looking at a mesh, there's no order, so it never gives us these in any particular order. It's just 1 and 2, so these could just as well be labeled A and B. It doesn't mean anything other than these are the 2 indices associated with this edge. Then, and somewhat more importantly, we have position 1 and 2. These are the positions of the given index, so we don't have to sample the index to get the position. We're just given that, so we're able to find the length of any given edge by using a vector math node. Switch it over to distance, and then we can just plug these in to find the length of all of our all of our edges. These will of course all be 1 now. If we increase on the x, we'll see, yeah, these have increased. Those that are parallel to the x-axis, the length of all of those edges is the x value that we input in our cube. So that's really good if you need to, say, delete geometry based on the edge length, or if it's too long, you can reset the position of the end. Of course, you'd have to figure out which index is the end of your edge, but if your edge is too long, you can do something with that. If your edge needs to be longer for whatever reason, there are so many applications to this. You just need to, figure out what you're using it for. I don't know. This is how you can figure out what the length is of any given edge, which is really nice. This is also super useful for the shortest edge paths. Let's see. Edge paths to selection. I don't think that's in our mesh nodes. I believe that's in geometry. Is it? It should be in read. Where is shortest edge? Hold on. Now I'm curious. Oh, it is in mesh. What? Okay, then let's just talk about it since since we'll be talking about it. You can use this to, say, determine the cost of your shortest edge paths based on the distance here. Getting ahead of myself a little bit, what do I mean by cost? So let's talk about the shortest edge paths node. What this does is it takes some given end vertex. Often I'll just assign this at random. So let's get a random value from 0 to 7. I want this to be an integer. 0 to 7 because we have 8 indices on our cube. And then we'll if I can type, we'll compare that index, whatever that value is, to our index. And this is going to give us a different value for all of our indices. So this is probably not the best way to do this. It definitely isn't. We're not going to use a random value. I'm just going to pick 0. We're going to say if our index equals 0, then that's going to be the end vertex. And we're going to find the shortest path from our end to... Well, we need more nodes to do that, actually. What this does is it tells us the next vertex index given more information. This node doesn't work by itself. We need more nodes in order to do this. So, what was it? What was the other one that you need to do this? Let's go find it in the manual. No, actually, let's Why aren't you pulling up in the correct browser window? What the heck? Nope. There we go. So, shortest edge path. This is going to tell us basically what I've already done. What I've already said. It finds the shortest edge path along mesh edges to a selected end vertex. So for each of our points, what's the shortest path along all of our edges to the given point? And in Blender, we said that that was 0. But this should tell us edge paths to selection node, or the edge paths to curves node. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Anyway, yeah, it gives us all of the edges, and we can find a cost to define the shortest value, right? And it's encoded in vertex indices, so there are a lot of technical things you can do with that. Right now, we're just going to do this the way that it kind of recommends, which is, let's use edge paths to curves node. I don't think that's in all of these. In our operations here. Oh, no, it is. Okay, let's talk about it then. So we'll get edge paths to curves. So we'll bring in our cube. And this is where I was saying, okay, we have an end vertex. We need to define a start vertex. So let's just say, let's do this again. We need vertex 7, because that should be at the opposite end of the cube. And what we need to do, because this needs our mesh, we need a start vertex, and we need the next vertex index, which is what the shortest path edge paths node gives us. And so now we should be able to find... Oh, and let's get rid of that. Oh, we've got this set to greater than. Pardon me, we need both of these to be set to equal for this case. And there we go, we get an edge path going from 0 to 7. And let's just join those together so that we can see the initial geometry and that edge geometry. And of course it overlaps, so is that the best way to visualize it? Let's bring Suzanne in again, actually. Maybe organize these nodes a little bit more, and then let's copy paste this over to Suzanne so that we can see what that edge path looks like in practice, right? So we don't want to do this on our cube. And let's get rid of our join geometry. I'm sorry, why do we have an extra mesh input? I don't know where that came from exactly, but we're going to take our geometry instead of all of that, instead of this cube, run that into our edge paths to curves. And why? Oh, we should probably change the different values here, but why is it that we're not seeing anything anymore? Like, we've got Suzanne here. We've got our distance, shortest path, index equal. Scale down the original by a little. Oh, when we were looking at the cube. You're absolutely right. Thank you for that. Let's go back. That's the wrong cube. Let's get rid of that cube. We don't need it anymore. Let's come back here. And our this workspace has gotten a little crazy. Should probably clean it up, but it's fine for now, right? Anyway, we're going to visualize both of these. And let's scale down our cube, like you said. Transform geometry. Set this to 0.9. There we go. Thank you so much for that recommendation. I was thinking about like scaling up the curve, and then I was like, oh, I'd have to do XYZ to be able to do that. But no, just scale down the original. There we go. And you can see, yeah, we've got the shortest path from 0 to 7 arbitrarily chosen. And that's like the most basic and probably most common use of the shortest edge paths, and also the edge paths to curves node. We've got this in curves, and there's more you can do that with that, but it's not really germane to what we're talking about. So let's just move on then, shall we? I think if we go back to the manual, it also said we could use edge paths to selection. So something we could do instead of turning this into a curve, edge paths to selection. We need the same inputs as the edge paths to curves, so we'll take our next vertex index, we'll also take the start vertices, and then what we can do, let's get rid of the transform geometry node, let's also get rid of the edge paths to curves and our join, and instead what we'll do is a delete geometry node, and we'll plug in our selection. So now, that's kind of fascinating. I expected that to do the opposite, right? Like, if we take a look, and now I mildly wish we had left the transform and all of that. Let's undo that so that we can take a look. Yeah, it did do the opposite. Because we have this selection, right? let's get our delete geometry. And I just want to be able to compare what the edge paths to selection does and what the edge paths, the edge paths to curves does versus the edge paths to selection, and whether or not we need an additional Boolean node to invert this selection to get the same output. So let's take our cube, plug it into delete geometry, take a look at that. Yeah, okay. So actually, let's just bring in a switch node because I want to be able to see the original as well, so that we're only comparing what the output here is, and we can see it relative to our cube, right? So this is what we were doing before, edge paths to curves. We do a switch. Yeah, and it does the opposite. I expected a couple more of these edges to be included. Like, in neither case do we have an edge here or here, which is interesting. But anyway, we're deleting all of the geometry that isn't selected. Or sorry, that is. Yeah, I thought that was... This is deleting all of the points that are selected. So I thought that we'd get some faces and things in there, and not just the opposite side of the cube. That's interesting. And again, part of why I wanted to do this, because sometimes you get surprised by this, right? So if we do not, now we get the same output. Okay. Ooh. There we go. But it's interesting to me. And maybe I'm just not thinking through everything because I'm also trying to present this as well as think through it. And sometimes my brain just kind of skips over some little details as I'm trying to present it. But anyway, that's the difference between our edge paths to curves node and edge paths to selection node. In my opinion, those kind of go hand in hand. They do different things, obviously, but they both rely on the shortest edge paths node. You can't really use these without using the shortest edge paths. So, okay. Let's see. We have done edge angle, edge neighbors. We've gone a little out of order, which is... It's making it harder to keep track of what we have and haven't done, but also I kind of wanted to group some of these together because they're fairly similar, and to talk about them individually and out of order would be a little weird, right? Because, yeah, we've done all of the neighbors. We just talked about the edge vertices. And if anybody has joined in, let me know if you have questions or if you want me to talk about anything specific. We're just talking about all of the mesh nodes in geometry nodes. We've talked about all of the primitives. We're going through the read nodes, and then we'll get into sample, write, operations, topology, and UVs. Anyway, so yeah, we've done vertices, shortest edge paths. Every time I try to say that, I stumble a little bit over myself. But yeah. So we've got all of these left. And here's one that I want to talk about, and I also want to read over in the manual, because face groups, I never use face groups. I don't personally see an advantage to using face groups, so let's read over the manual, let's talk about it, see if we can find some, figure out what these can be used for, because I see face group ID inputs on various nodes. I'm pretty sure some of the operation nodes Or are they geometry nodes? I've seen nodes that have like an ID group input, and I don't tend to use it. I haven't run into a situation where I've needed to use it, but maybe that's just because I don't I don't understand it well enough, and I haven't run into that use case just yet. So let's take a look at the edges to face groups node. Let's bring it up in the manual and kind of read over what it has to say. Wow, there is very little here. Okay, so edges to face groups. The edges to face groups node groups faces into regions. Oh, okay. Groups them into regions surrounded by the selected boundary edges. Okay. And that's maybe why I haven't run into use cases for this, because the way I interpret that is largely to do with UVs and either creating seams or maybe like separating out different pieces of geometry to be manipulated individually when they're continuous pieces of geometry. Where they're manifold, we're going to split that manifold in half. But I would personally do that in other ways. Like I'd find some value that like all of these faces have in common, as opposed to creating an edge boundary. But maybe it's just the edges that have the information in common. I'm just thinking through hypotheticals in my head. Let's keep reading. So we have inputs of boundary edges used to split the faces into separate groups. There are no properties, and then face ID index. This is the index. Like, yeah, it's the index inside each boundary edge region. Okay. This is less enlightening than I was hoping it would be. I don't know. Chat, thoughts? I think this is why I never really ran into a use case, because it gives us so little information. I'm having a hard time finding a reason to use this node. But let's play around with it, okay? Often one of the ways that I think of to like get a Boolean here to like figure out what geometry should be in one group versus another is to use the normal, like compare the dot product of a normal to like, yeah, I'm coming up blank. I don't use this node. The manual doesn't give us much information. I genuinely don't know where we would use this. Apologies for taking a moment, but like I'm coming up blank, and I want to find a use case. I want to explain what this does, but I don't know personally what I would use it for. Let me know if you've used this before. I would really appreciate that insight, because boundary edges. Like, I guess, okay, let's maybe give ourselves some space. Let's bring in a cone. And I say a cone specifically so that we can have a fill type of none, right? Fill type of none, so that we have a hole at the bottom. Well, that doesn't really give us a boundary, does it? Like, we already have a Boolean that's for the bottom. Okay, I don't need the text. Thank you very much. Switch that back around. Like, this isn't interesting because we are, like, this will only give us one face group. And if we only have one face group, why are we grouping our faces? Okay, maybe we start off with a UV sphere. instead of a cone. And we're going to do a little bit of math. Okay, so let's take the position and we're going to separate the X, Y, Z and just look at the Z for a moment. Let's bring in a math and let's take the Z position. So our value is going to range from -1 to 1. And since it ranges from -1 to 1, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring in trigonometry, but we're going to bring in trigonometry because I think this will give us a more interesting result. Let's take the arc cosine because I'm pretty sure that takes an input from -1 to 1. Correct me if I'm wrong. I may very well be wrong. Let's find out. Let's just... Is that right? I thought it would give us a value. I just said go away text. Let's bring the text back in. Maybe give us less geometry to look at here so that we can actually read all of this. Okay. Our values are ranging from from 0 to pi, which is good. That's what I wanted arc cosine for. I mean, I'd rather get values in from the 0 to 1 range. I don't know. Where I was going with this is maybe we can separate edge boundaries by like sine or like some trig function to give us 3 sections of a sphere. Does that make sense? And then we can define our boundary edges by some comparison with this. I'm really drawing a blank with this one. I don't have a use case. So maybe we just come back to that because it groups faces into regions surrounded by the selected boundary edges. What would we use that for? Let's move on because I genuinely don't know what to use this for. Sorry about that. I just genuinely drawing a blank. So we're gonna set that one off to the side. Let's instead talk about face area because that makes sense, right? So what that does is it computes the area of a polygon or a group of polygons. Really the total area of our geometry. So let's bring in a cube. And we're also going to read the manual because there are some like very specific things about this node. Like it doesn't look like it would be all that much given that it's just an area output. Ooh, is that computing it per face? I thought it would do it for the whole shape. This is why I want to bring up the manual. Because this one is also just a little bit funky. So, okay, the face area outputs the surface area of a mesh's faces. The units are in Blender units, no matter the unit system. That's good. And if you're not familiar, Blender units are generally equivalent to a meter. So, and I bring this up because if you're interested in 3D printing, I run into this all the time whenever I talk to people who are using my models for printing. I'll make them in the within the unit cube, within just like around about the unit length. So everything should have values around 1 in Blender, right? Blender units default to being about a meter, and so when they import my models into a slicer for printing, a lot of slicers use millimeters as their default unit. So if they see no units and a value of 1, they'll default to 1 millimeter. So whenever they import my models, it'll come in really itty bitty. And they're like, why didn't you make this bigger? And I go, I did make this bigger. The units are just wrong. Please scale it up by a factor of 1,000. And that's something that I should address whenever I go to make models for printing, right? Anyway, small tangent aside, the face area node uses Blender units no matter what you set your units to be. And so we're using meters squared. Okay, I should have just kept reading because it explained. We're working with meters. Blender units are effectively meters, but they have no units when you pull models into other software that do default to some units. So we need to note here that for quads and n-gons, when the face's vertices are not planar, the output is not necessarily the same as the sum of every one of the face's triangles visible in the viewport. That's important. So, like I said, toward the beginning of the stream, everything's triangles secretly. Blender doesn't always show that. That's more common for you to see everything as triangles all the time in game engines. But really, everything's always triangles. So when we're looking at quads and n-gons, we need to keep in mind whether or not those n-gons are planar. So let's bring up an example of that in Blender real quick. Let me show you what I mean by planar versus non-planar geometry, right? So we're going to turn this off, and I'm just going to hand model this real quick and show you what it looks like, because it'll look kind of funky. So we've got a plane here, right? And okay, yeah, we only have 4 vertices. So we have 1 quad, or really 2 triangles. There are 2 triangles here secretly. Blender's just not showing them to you. So right now this is planar, meaning if we look along the X or the Y, it's perfectly flat. But in edit mode, we can grab one of these vertices and grab it on the Z, bring it up. Okay, this is still a quad, but it's no longer planar. So we have these 2 triangles, and it's interesting too that it warped like this. I'm pretty sure if I had grabbed this vertex on the Z, yeah, it'll bend like this. So you don't really get a choice unless you go in and manually say where the triangles are. You don't get a choice of where those are. So this is now non-planar, okay? So if we take a look at what the node says, when the face's vertices are non-planar, the output is not necessarily the same as the sum of every one of the face's triangles visible in the viewport. So we see these 2 triangles, right? The area, if we were to calculate this by hand, if we were to say, like, we know that the area of this quad is the sum of this triangle plus this triangle. The area node, the face area node, doesn't see that because it's not looking at the triangles. It's looking at this quad. So it's going to get, well, let's keep reading. In this case, it should only be used as an approximation. So it's going to try its best to calculate the area of that quad, but it's not going to give you the sum of the 2 triangles, which is the absolute area of that quad. In some cases, the triangulate node can be used to get an exact value, and that's where I was saying, like, you can do other operations to let Blender know, okay, I know these are all triangles. You need to know these are all triangles in order to get the correct calculation. So, let's jump out of edit mode here, put some geometry nodes on this custom plane that we've modified, right? And let's bring in the face area node so that we can see and directly compare what the area is of this quad versus, like, as is versus with the triangulate node. So that, yeah, we can see the discrepancy between calculating on quads and calculating it on triangles. So we have our face area, and let's use the viewer and our spreadsheet. First time I've brought up the spreadsheet so far this stream. Kind of surprised. But anyway, let's bring up the spreadsheet. We have one face here. Let's visualize our face area, and we have a value of 4.107. That should be an approximation based on what we read in the manual. Now let's bring in the triangulate node. And we put that in between it and our viewer. We have, well, now we have two faces, so it's giving us two different values, right? So, okay, that's fair. But I wanted to compare the total area, right? Like, this is definitely giving us the total area, whereas before, this is an approximation based on what the manual is telling us. If we want the total, and I do, so that we can compare and see how much error there was, we need to take the area and drag that into our attribute statistics node, and, well, we need to make sure we're pulling from our triangulate so that we're actually looking at the correct information, right? And we can take a look at the sum. Don't do this on points. We're looking at faces. Wait, I switched it to face. What are you doing? Let's just tell the viewer specifically to look at face. Thank you. This is going to show values on both of our faces. That's just because it's not, whenever you're looking at a total or something, you're always looking at a list of all the values for every element in your geometry. So it'll show up twice, but we just want this total number. So, okay. Here we're seeing a total area calculated with tries as 4.206. Now, if we get rid of triangulates and look at that, we get an area of 4.107. So that is the discrepancy we were looking for, right? We weren't sure exactly what the discrepancy would be, but I wanted to prove that, yes, there is a discrepancy between looking at quads and n-gons and looking at the triangles. Cool. I hope all of that makes sense. Let me know if you have questions. Okay, so yeah, actually, I didn't even realize that test we just did is basically what the manual walks us through, saying, yeah, it gives us the area. Here's a good way to see the area, and we can use the attribute statistic node to calculate the total surface area of a mesh, because by default, this will give us a field that returns on every face on our mesh. Cool, cool. Let's go back to our cube that has all of the nodes that we're taking a look at. So we've just done area, face area. We can set it over here. We have face group boundaries. Okay. Oh, okay. If you were here a moment ago, or well, a little bit ago, we were trying to look at the edges to face groups node, and I was struggling to get a use case. And I honestly still don't have a use case for this node, so I don't know how to go over this, and there's not much information in the manual. But I just realized we also have a face group to boundaries. So at the very least, I don't have a good example. I don't have a good explanation for these two nodes, but they're interchangeable. We can take a look at the we can take a look at the manual here in a second just to show again. There's not much information there, but these nodes go hand in hand. So we can use the edges to face groups to define, like use boundaries, edge boundaries to define face groups, and we can use face groups to define boundaries. So if and when you find a use case for that, well, A, let me know. I would love to know. And B, these are interchangeable, which is great. I love it when we have nodes that kind of convert both directions, that information. It opens up more uses. I just don't have one for this one. So I keep saying that. Let's, take a look at the manual. Come on. Paste that in there. Okay, so face group boundaries node. Oh, this has more information. Okay. This is good. So we have the face group boundaries node finds the edges that lie on the boundaries of specified regions. Okay, and I am more familiar, I have more use cases for finding a group of faces and then finding the edges of those faces, as opposed to finding the edges and then find the faces. Like, the other one confused me. This makes more sense. These edges could be used to mark seams for UV unwrapping. Makes total sense. I think I mentioned that a little bit earlier. Let's see, we have the inputs, so the face group ID. It's an ID that, let me actually read this. Identifier for which group of faces this face belongs to. All contiguous faces with the same value are in the same region. Yeah, makes total sense. No properties. We get an output of boundary edges. The selection of the boundary edges of the different face sets. An edge is considered to be at the boundary if it lies on at least two faces with different identifiers. So that's how it's calculating all of that. If an edge has... We showed earlier, we can find an edge that had... Like, all of our edges in a manifold geometry have two faces. So this is just taking a look at that edge. Okay, what faces is it... does it share? Is it a part of? What two faces does it define? And then we can look at those two faces and look at the group ID. And if the group ID is different, then we can define that edge as a boundary. So the example it gives here is taking a look at UV unwrapping. And we can use this with the UV unwrap node. What we've done here is... We've got a Voronoi texture. That's what we are seeing here on the right. And it's not really showing the Voronoi. It's showing it now processed. Or no, it is showing the Voronoi. Excuse me. It's showing the Voronoi color run into a white noise texture. So that's going to give a different value for every cell of the Voronoi. And then we're doing a little bit of math. Converting that basically into an integer and using that to define our face groups, which is then finding the boundaries to then run that into our seam for our UV unwrap, so that we can then apply this texture all over the model, but not in like our typical unwrap for the cube like we looked at the beginning of the stream. Instead, we're looking at it as a bunch of patches. So that's pretty cool. That's really cool, and I like that. Let's see if we can recreate this. I don't really have a texture on hand that we can look at. I also don't super love how blocky that looks. Like, this is doing it for a heavily subdivided cube. Like, we can see 30 vertices on all of three of our axes. So we've got a pretty pixelated boundary all over our cube. Hey, but it shows it works, right? And again, I don't necessarily have a use case for this just kind of offhand. But Like, I can't see where I would use this in my workflow, but I do see the use case. And if you have one, please let me know, because I'd love to hear about it. But okay, let's just recreate this, make sure that this actually works in Blender before we move on. So, okay, let's grab a cube. We don't need our spreadsheet anymore. Let's take a look at our cube. Don't need that. I'm sorry, why? Oh, because I turned the cube off for whatever reason. Okay, we've got our cube. Yeah, let's give this more geometry to work with. And let's bring up all of the texture nodes. There are more nodes than just Voronoi. What's our favorite? What does gradient texture look like? Oh god, I don't want the text. Get rid of the text. Let's just see the color. Okay. So this would just give us one hard line as we go from one value to another. Maybe Voronoi is the best. I just don't want to exactly recreate what they were doing, but it's fine. Let's turn up this, or turn down the scale a little bit. Get some bigger patches here. And they were doing a whole lot of math on the on this Voronoi texture. I don't think we necessarily need that. What we can do is just take, well, okay. No, we need to do that. I was gonna say we can take our color and just split up the XYZ and just use the X value of our color, the R value. But we would still need to multiply it so that we get a unique index, like a unique integer for all of our boundaries. Okay. Okay, let's just go ahead and do that. I don't think we need the white noise, but we can definitely do a math. Multiply this by a lot. Just add a bunch of zeros. And if we just plug a color directly into a float, then we will get the first index, the first value in that vector. So that's why I said we'll take the X, or we'll take the Y, or sorry, the X or the R value. Those are the first values in this vector. So we'll take essentially the red value of all of these, multiply it by 1,000, or 10,000? How many zeros did I give this? 100,000? Okay. And then we need to get another math node, and we're just going to floor that so that we actually get an integer as opposed to a float value. Now, we take that and we're going to use that as the boundary. Right, so we were going to take the face group ID, we're going to use that as the face group ID and convert it into a boundary. Okay, so that's returning true, so all of these white values for all of the... I'm assuming this is returning on the vertex. Yeah. Interesting. This is really interesting. Okay. But now we need some texture. I don't really have a texture on hand. Well, I guess first we need to UV unwrap, because that's what they were showing. So if we plug that in, okay, yeah. And I guess we don't necessarily need a texture. This at least shows that this node does in fact work the way that they described it. It'll give you those boundaries that then you can use as the seam of your UV unwrap. Which makes sense. If you want to do procedural UVs, this is a very good node to use to create the boundaries for all of your UVs to then unwrap with. That's pretty good. I don't have a texture. I don't really want to get too much into shading. So this at least shows us that it has in fact created good UVs, right? Well, I say good. It has created UVs. It has unwrapped them for us based on the information we gave it. And we can adjust the scale of our Voronoi and all of that. We could change this to 4D. So now we have a W value. And it's not going to do a smooth transition as we adjust these values because we're multiplying and we're doing stuff with integers here. So none of this is going to be smooth, but it'll unwrap just fine, which is pretty good. But okay, I'm going to set these two nodes aside. We've now discussed them. I'm just going to say, yeah, use those for procedural unwrapping. Yeah, procedural UV unwrapping. That would be the use case for those. And that's probably why I don't have many more examples I could give of what I would use that for, because I don't do a ton of UV stuff in geometry nodes. I should, because I know that's something that a lot of people want to know about. I just, for what I do, I don't use it much. So if you have questions, please let me know, or if you can think of things that you want to see with UVs, because we will be talking more about UVs in a minute. So if you have things you want to know about UVs and how to use them, how we can use these nodes now that we understand them a little bit better, and what have you, please let me know. So moving on, we have the isFacePlanar node. This is pretty straightforward. What it does is it returns whether or not a series or sorry, not a series. If any given quad or n-gon is planar. And this kind of goes back to, which one was it? The face area node that we were discussing a little bit earlier. Face area says that if n-gons or quads are non-planar, so we should still have this example. So like this, we have one face here, but it's non-planar. This face is not perfectly flat. That's what planar means. Is it perfectly flat or not? So we need to know various things in order to, about that, to know what the area is, how the face area is going to calculate. And so we can use the isPlanar node. Oh, come on. isFacePlanar node, and maybe a switch instead of toggling between triangulate. We can use isFacePlanar to determine whether or not this, whether or not we want to use the triangulate node to then calculate a more accurate face area total or not. If that makes sense. Let me know if you want me to go more in depth with that and explaining that. I'm relying on you having been here for talking about face area, but we can talk over face area again to really drive home what is planar doing. Oh, and I guess I didn't mention the threshold here, so let's talk about this a little bit more. So if we jump into edit mode, we can adjust the Z value of this specific point. And let's see. We're using this for selection, so let's put this into the output and let's turn on our wireframe, right? So isFacePlanar, this will return true if this is flat. So let's grab this on the Z. Let's set it to 0. Or sorry, I want the Z value to be 0. So let's turn on snapping, snap to the grid, move into the Y, grab this on the Z and bring this down to the our floor grid. And now we can see that we have triangles as opposed to a quad, right? So if I grab this on the Z, it's outside of this threshold, so it's not going to do that. If it is planar, it is going to use triangulates. We should really use a Boolean math node and say if it's not planar, right? If the amount of planarness, I don't know how to say that. If it is planar, we don't need to worry about the triangulate. If it's not if it's not planar, we do want it to triangulate. So now if we grab this on the Z, it triangulates. If we bring it back down to the ground plane, it doesn't triangulate. So there you go. It gives you that Boolean based on this threshold. And we could increase this threshold so that if we grab this on the Z, we have to go pretty darn far up, if it's even possible, to get to a planar value of 8.32 meters, whatever the heck that means. We had to go pretty far up. We weren't able to get there, so let's maybe just set this to 1. And then we'll grab on the Z, bring this back down. And we have more wiggle room before we set it to triangulate, if you can see that all right there. We bring this value back down. And that same value, amount that we were toggling before, it's not changing, but then we bring it back down to the ground plane. And it does change. It does triangulate it if it's up and not if it's down. I think I've explained that well. Anyway, let's go back to our cube, take a look at that. And what else do we have to discuss? We've discussed, is face planar? Is face smooth? So let's also discuss the only right node that we have available, right? And that's set shade smooth. And again, we're going to take a look at our cube. And if we just take a look at this here, we don't need that value. Let's get out of wireframe and just in shading. If we add a set shade smooth, we'll see that our hard edges here go away. And it'll look pretty silly, not gonna lie. Not set material. Set shade smooth. And now it looks real weird. Right? That's what the set shade smooth node does. It'll do it based on edges and edges or faces. And I find this is important in specific cases. So if we bring up a cone, so I can show you what I'm talking about. Never give up. We love your tutorial. We support you. Soon you're going to hit a good number of subscribers. Aw, thanks. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. That's why I'm here. Not going to give up. Gonna keep making videos. Gonna keep making all of the nodes, the series, right? That's what we're doing here. We're explaining this live, and then I'll edit it down into a video, and it's gonna be great. But thank you for the support. I really appreciate it there, NZ. Anyway, so let's take a look at the cone. And this is one of the use cases where we would need to look at edge as opposed to face. So duplicating that. Let's say we wanted this cone as a 3D arrow, right? So I like the shading of shade smooth for around the edge of the cone, but we can see at the point it gets weird, and around the base it gets weird. So let's increase the number of side segments That way we have a little bit more geometry to work with here. And then we can take the... We're going to need a Boolean math node. We can take the top and we can take the bottom. Sorry, I just realized that's the same as just taking the side. So we could take the side and set it to shade smooth. And that works for the base here, but it doesn't work so well for the top. Thanks. Video sound is lower right now. Can you please increase it? Absolutely. Thanks for letting me know. Let me just bump up that gain a wee bit more. Let me know if that's good. I'm trying to just increment it a little bit at a time because I don't want to suddenly blow out your eardrums, right? That would be terrible. I may have also just leaned away from the mic, so I'll be a little bit more conscious of this. But thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it. Anyway, so we're going to take the side, and it gets weird, right? The base is good. This is a nice crisp edge while also smoothing out the side. But the top is still weird. This shading is very odd. So we actually need to switch to edge in this case. But now everything's kind of gone back to default. These are all hard edges. So what we need to do instead is, let me think. I've done this before. It's some combination of all of these Booleans. Is it taking the top and bottom and using that selection? Or do we just take not the side? Oh, and of course, leaving shade smooth on. Oh, I've done this before. Of course, I go to do it live, and it's just... Now... It's either a not or an and. Let me think through this instead of just going with my gut intuition. Okay, so we need all of these side edges to be smooth, but not the base. Yeah, it should just be not the base. That's weird. I'm sorry, that was working a hot second ago, right? What just changed? Okay. Oh, it's an or. That's what it was. I'm pretty sure. So we want not the... I've done this before. I've done this for visuals in my videos. What combination was it again? This is a great example of using the edge versus face, because face is the default. I'm just trying to think what was the combination of Booleans here in order to get all of these to be smooth and not the tip and not the base. Like, that works for the base. Maybe it was just increasing the top radius to some non-zero value. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah, that's definitely what it was. Okay, so... But then we don't need to switch to, Yeah. Sorry, I just need a hot second to think this through because I've done this. The perils of doing things live, eh? I don't want to... Oh. Oh. I think what it was I took face. Okay, so we're going to set set shade smooth on all of the faces. Well, not all of the faces, on all of the side faces. Let's bring this back down to 0. And then edge. Not. Oh, I'm sorry, the music just seriously distracted me. So let's skip this track. I just want some chill instrumental in the background, right? There we go. Okay. Maybe the smooth by angle node group would work. Oh, that's a good point. Angle, edge angle. Yeah, we can use this and compare. And if it's, I think it's less than. Let's find out. It is also getting past, well, yeah, we're a half an hour past 12:30, which is usually I stop streaming at 12, but I also started an hour late. So I will need to take a break here in a hot minute because, you know, I'm human and I need a quick break. So I want to get this figured out and then I'm going to step away for like 5 minutes. I want to get through all of these nodes today. That may be a tall order. We shall find out. If that's even possible, and if it's not possible, I will update the name of the stream. But first things first, yeah, I want to figure out what was... Okay, I don't want that to be less than 0. I want this to be less than some value. This is... Yeah, that works just fine here. I really wanted it to be an example of the edge mode. Your idea of using the edge angle is a good one, and that's very much possible. Taking breaks seems like a healthy idea. Hey, thanks. I really appreciate that, because, yeah, I will definitely need one here in a hot minute. We've been going for 2.5 hours. I usually call it at 3. But I want to keep going because we have a lot of nodes to get through. We're definitely going to turn this down. And, you know, next time, I think, instead of, like, branding this as explaining all of the nodes, it should be maybe testing all of the nodes, because there are a lot of things that a lot of these nodes can do that I haven't necessarily worked through myself. And that would be more accurate to what this stream is testing what a lot of this stuff can do. Not necessarily me just off the top of the head going, hey, this is how we do XYZ. Because as we can see, I have to think a little bit more than I think I do. Smooth by angle node group appear after adding it as a modifier. Smooth by angle node group after adding it as a modifier? I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. If you don't mind elaborating, I appreciate it. Also this value is way too high. Yeah, I really just want to be able to select the top, right? I guess also, you know, okay. Here's a thought. I've done this in the past. I don't remember exactly how I did it in the past. We're going to set this aside for a hot second. We know that using the side as the selection works for the bottom here. And if we do just increase the top radius by a very small amount, we could even make this like incredibly small. That works, and we get the point that we want. We don't get smooth edges at the very top there, though. We don't, like, that's going to bother me a little bit. Otherwise, this is what I was going for. I'm a little bit annoyed that I didn't get to show the difference between edge and face. Well, okay, we can talk through the difference. I wanted to show it a little bit more, but we can talk through what's going on here. So, all of these... Well, I'm okay. I was going to assume all of these attributes are on the face domain. We can actually look that up and test that, right? So... if we, use our viewer... Okay, yeah. Right now, we're seeing this on the face domain, but we don't see this on the edge. If we toggle to edge, we still don't see it on there. Well, of course we don't see it on there. We're only looking at this mesh, not this mesh. If we toggle to edge, yeah, okay. Okay. That's part of the issue here. We should maybe take a look at the manual just to see if I'm misremembering this. Because I definitely thought that if you toggled between these, like, it would read different values from either the edge or face domain, and that doesn't appear to be the case. So let's take a look at the manual, you know? Let's see if it can enlighten us somewhat. Okay, so... Oh. I clicked on the wrong node. Why did I click on the viewer node? My bad. Okay. Let's bring up the set shade smooth node instead. Okay, so the set shade smooth node controls whether the mesh's faces look smooth in the viewport and renders, blah, blah, blah. The smooth status of both edges and faces can be controlled corresponding to the sharp edge and sharp face attributes. Okay, we did see that in the spreadsheets. We saw that looking at edges, we see sharp edge. And that just tells it whether or not the edge should be sharp or not. I think that's a newer attribute as of Blender 4.2. I say newer, all of this being relative, right? And not that that really matters, but okay. We have sharp edge and we have sharp face, and we can see those independently in the spreadsheet here. Yeah, so we have a mesh, shade smooth. When true, the selected faces will be marked to render smooth shaded. Otherwise, faces will be flat shaded. We can use the selection. We have properties, domain, whether to write smoothness to mesh faces or edges. Yeah, okay, so the problem isn't the smooth set shade smooth node. The problem is that these, taking a look at the mesh here. Come on, there we go. The viewer only sees all of these booleans on faces. So we would have to use an evaluate on domain node. Set this to boolean and then to edge to be able to use these on the edge domain. And let's get rid of viewing that. So if we set that, Or I just don't know what I'm talking about. Like, that's got to be... No, that's... Okay, okay. It is evaluating them on the edge node now, so that's good. Right-click on the selected object and select Shade Auto Smooth, and delete the Smooth by Angle modifier. Then you can choose it from the geometry nodes. Oh, okay, hold on. So right-click on the selected object. Yeah. We've got this object. So yeah, you're talking about using Auto Smooth. But you're talking about modifiers, right? Like... Which I appreciate. I appreciate the insight. I am trying to do this purely in geometry nodes because we're dissecting how the nodes work, right? And sorry, I know I'm facing this way. That's because the chat's on the other monitor, and so I'm thinking. That's why I'm not facing this way. But okay, so yeah, I appreciate that. While I think what you're talking about with selecting Auto Smooth and deleting the Smooth Angle modifier and all of that, we are trying to work purely in geometry nodes. So I don't really want to modify all the stuff outside of geometry nodes, because the point is to figure out how the nodes work and how we can use the nodes so that we can apply this in other projects, right? That's the goal today. But hey, I do appreciate the input. I do appreciate talking through that. Thank you so much. There is a smooth by angle node group in Blender. It is built in. It is a bit different, but it might help here. That's true. That's very true. Right click on the viewport. Yeah. Oh well, okay, yeah, we do have Shade Smooth and we have Shade Auto Smooth. You're right. Okay, when you said object, I went up to scene collection and our outliner here, so thank you for pointing that out. Sorry about that. And you're right, we can use this here. And actually, this is a great thing to show, so let's get rid of viewing this Boolean. So if we do that here, I want to make a note that this cone is generated in geometry nodes, right? If we hide our geometry nodes modifier, we see a cube, because that's what was originally what this original geometry is. So now if we hit Shade Smooth, I'm just going to hit Shade Smooth, not Shade Auto Smooth for a moment, because I want to demonstrate a point real quick. Now we see Shade Smooth on our original geometry, but if we turn our geometry nodes back on, we don't see Shade Smooth. And we can do this again, and that's because all of this geometry is created in geometry nodes. So any of those adjustments you do in the viewports in object mode, in edit mode, those don't apply and don't get transferred over to geometry nodes until, and here's an important point also, where is my output node? Because none of that works until we apply the geometry, and that's why I'm looking for my output node, because we're going to take our node. If we get rid of the viewer, we still see the cone here. Now if we go down and apply this, our geometry nodes go away because we've applied them. And now we can hit Shade Smooth, and now it shades smooth on this cone, but that's because we've... I'm trying to think of the terminology Blender uses. We have generated that geometry. We've evaluated, that's the word. We've evaluated the geometry by applying the geometry nodes. So now we can modify that in object mode and edit mode the way you would normally do it if that's the way you're modeling. But because we're in geometry nodes, we can't use those commands unless we apply the geometry nodes. I hope that helps, and I appreciate talking through that, because that is how you would do it if we weren't using geometry nodes. But because we're in geometry nodes, we have to go through the process of setting up the node graph. But again, I appreciate the input. I really do. But okay, so Tech 42, smooth by angle node group and Blender. Yeah, let's give that a try, just real quick. So let's do smooth by angle. Oh, hold on, I hit the wrong button. Hold on, wait a minute. Did I just learn something new? I thought all of the node groups that came pre-made in geometry nodes were all in the hair category. We have normal smooth by angle. I just tried the smooth by angle node here at my computer, and it did not help, I think. That's fair. Hey, I appreciate you trying this along with me. Hey, thanks. And also, I gotta admit, I don't usually touch the stuff in the groups down here, because I don't do a lot of stuff with hair, personally. Maybe I will in the future. I almost definitely will in the future, because there are some critters that I want to try procedurally modeling and animating in geometry nodes. Like, I think it would be super fun to make little monsters. That's way down the line for projects, but eventually we'll get to working with hair, but I don't really plan on touching it until then. And then, because it's kind of in that same category, I had never really looked at the normals category here, or maybe that's new as of like 4.3 or 4.4. I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, I didn't know that existed. Thank you for pointing that out. That's super cool. But yeah, there are ways we can do this. We can get rid of the evaluate on domain. We can get just look at face. And we want the side there. My one gripe with this method was that it doesn't perfectly smooth up here towards the top. Not entirely sure why. Because selecting all of the sides should include those. But anyway, that gives us what we wanted. I wanted to show the difference between edge and face, and by talking through it and what have you, and talking about the different domains, we kind of showed that we need the sharp edge to be modified in order to use the edge here. And there are ways we can go about that, but I also just recently found it. Nice. Anyway, that has taken some time, been a bit of a tangent. Thank you for sticking with me here. I don't know that I exactly showed what I wanted to show. I also don't remember why we started playing with the set shade smooth. Because we were playing with something else, right? It was one of these nodes. Oh, is face smooth? That's what I wanted to know. Okay, so just real quick, and then I'm going to take a quick break because it's been a couple of hours, and I need a quick break. Let's look at the is edge smooth? Was the edge... Okay, we have two here. Is face smooth, is edge smooth? Let's look at these both real quick, because that's why we started playing around with the set shade smooth node. Is face not planar? Nope. Is face smooth? Okay, so now that we have set our smoothness on our cone, and taken way too long because I wanted to talk through a practical application in making an arrow here. Well, whatever, it's fine. We can take a look, and it'll show true for all of those, really. All of those edges are smooth? I guess we're only affecting the face, so this will return all of them smooth, and if I can make a prediction, the teeny tiny face at the tip of the arrow should be black when we go to look at is face smooth. Where did my cursor just go? Oh, I hit a button on my mouse. Very professional. Good job, Gavin. The teeny tiny face at the top of the arrow should be black when we switch to is face smooth, and the base should be black because we're not telling those faces to be smooth. We're only telling the sides to be smooth. And the edges all show white because we have set all of the edges to be smooth because the sides share all, like the sides currently define all of the edges, if that makes sense. Made a prediction. Yeah, okay, cool. I feel more confident now. I'm just going to say that that face is way too small to see. So, yeah, these two nodes, that was a long-winded way of explaining that these two nodes show you which face and which edge, respectively, are smooth or not. And with all of that, we're going to take a quick break. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes. Not 10 minutes. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I just need to stand up, stretch my legs. So if you want to hang out, I appreciate it. And then we'll keep going through all of the nodes. All right, we are back. I got some tea over the break. It's still steeping, but I've got a timer for about 2 more minutes, and then I will have some tea, add some honey to that because my throat is starting to like, I'll be fine to finish this stream, but also need to take care of that a little bit, right? Also, my wife has had the flu for the last few days, so now I'm like, oh boy, I hope that's not coming for me too. Thank you. I don't have any idea how long that was either. I meant to look at the time and set a timer and only take about 5 minutes, and then I realized I did neither of those things, so I hope that wasn't too long. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Anyway, my alarm's gonna go off in a hot second, so apologies for that. But in the meantime, let's jump back into it, yeah? Let's see. Okay, so we just talked about is edge smooth and is face smooth. So, let's move these over into what is becoming the done column here. Oh, did I have edge? Is edge smooth on there twice? I did. Okay. Cool. Ah, shoot. We should have gone for one more and just finished out all of the read nodes before the break. But that's fine. So we have mesh islands, right? This is pretty straightforward. Let's see, how can we demonstrate this real quick? Okay, so let's go back to... I think we still have it here. Yeah, so we have a cube, right? We have a cube and we have it unwrapped. So, oh, and there's my alarm for my tea. So, okay, while I take the tea bag out, we have this unwrapped into all of these different mesh islands. If I remember this correctly, actually, let's reference the manual real quick before I start into this too much, because I don't want to lead you down the wrong path here. I mean, mesh islands should be the different UV... Well, I guess those are UV islands. So, okay, I think I was about to go down the wrong train of thought. Let's go to the online manual. Copy this over to my other browser. Okay. And, okay, so mesh island node outputs information about... And can I pour honey into my tea at the same time as reading this? The mesh island node outputs information about separate connected regions or islands of a mesh. Okay, so yeah, it is physically separate. I say physically, separate pieces of the same mesh, not UV islands, because that's also a thing, having different pieces of your geometry separated out by UVs. You don't have continuous UVs, right? You have all of those different seams. Okay. So whenever two vertices are connected together by an edge, they are considered as part of the same island and will have the same island index output. Okay, so the cube I was going to look at is not the best example for this. What we could do, though, is take that same cube and delete all of the boundary edges. That way we get a bunch of faces that are separated, right? This node's behavior is similar to the select linked operator in edit mode, or the random per island output of the geometry shader node. Interesting, that's got to be... Oh, I know which one. Yeah, I've seen that in shader nodes. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna take a hot second to sip on some tea. Far too hot of tea, but it's fine because it's full of honey and it's delicious. Okay, anyway, let's get back into geometry nodes. So, we can talk about the other nodes that I referenced if you guys want to, but let's just take a look at this cube that we were playing with earlier. That's not the set of nodes, it's this set of nodes. So we have a Voronoi texture. We took the random color, like if we take this cube, take a look at the Voronoi, we have random colors per patch of our Voronoi. We multiplied that by a lot so that we could then floor that value and basically get a random integer to set as our face group ID and create boundary edges out of that. And all of these little white spots are all of the boundary edges. It's returning true for each of those edges. Then we used those edges as the seam for our UVs on this cube. But instead of unwrapping this, what we're going to do is use a delete geometry node. And for the record, separate geometry is technically a little bit more optimized if you just use the selected geometry as opposed to deleting some of the geometry. Just a small tangent. It doesn't really matter here because we're just doing this. But if you want to delete geometry and you're really trying to cut corners on your... not cut corners, but like really optimize things, technically speaking, the separate geometry node is a little bit more efficient than delete geometry. Anyway, taking a look at this, now we have a bunch of separated pieces of geometry from our mesh. So if we bring up mesh islands, we should now be able to view the index of each of these. And of course, it all shows up white except for one, because these are well outside of the 0 to 1 range. So let's bring up our attribute index. Oh boy, that's our attribute text. Okay, we're gonna take the color and just remap this. Oh, that looks cool. Hey, thanks. Thank you. Don't know if you were here for that. I hope that little bit of recap was helpful. It does look cooler than I thought it would. Getting rid of this like that's pretty neat, right? I like Voronoi as a texture. It always adds more organic looks to whatever it is you're working with. But anyway, let's map range. And the way we're going to go about this is we're going to use a statistics node, bring in this, use our island index as the attribute. I think, yeah, we can only use float and vector for our attribute statistic, but that's fine because we want the maximum value. We're going to run that into max. The min is going to be 0, and then we can run our island index into our value. And now we have converted this index that ranged from 0 to whatever into a value that's 0 to 1. And the reason we're doing that is just to make sure that we can see all of these different values. And would you look at it, we have a unique value for each of these mesh islands, which is pretty good. Also, all of that I just talked through is a little bit irrelevant, specifically the attribute statistic node, because we also have this island count output, which gives us the number of mesh islands. Technically speaking, I think we need to get an int math node and subtract 1 from here. I'm pretty sure. Now let's actually bring up the spreadsheet. And we could use the spreadsheet to double check this. Very neat. Thank you. We could use the spreadsheet to double check whether or not we need to subtract 1. I feel confident we do. I was going to use the spreadsheet, but I don't think there's a very good succinct way to figure that out without scrolling through this enormous list of vertices or faces or edges or whatever. So we're just going to go with and we added 1. Let's subtract 1. We're going to go with that's correct and move on with life, right? So yeah, just to recap, this gives us a unique index for each of these islands, and it gives us the total number of islands. And also, something I haven't been doing here, if you're not aware, you can just hover over the socket and it'll give you additional information for almost all nodes. I think a couple of them are a little bit broken, or at least in past versions of Blender. I say that because one of the updates specifically noted that they made the tooltips here better. So like grain of salt, there might be some outliers, but generally speaking, you can hover over each of the sockets and get a little bit more information without actually having to go out to the manual. So cool. That wraps up all of our read nodes, which is great. So now we can move on to probably the more interesting part of this stream, which is going to be the operation nodes. And oh boy, it took us like 3 hours to get here. Oops. Glad we took a little break. Anyway. Okay, before we get into operation, I lied a little bit. We should talk about the 2 sample nodes. These are pretty good. These are pretty handy. I don't use them a ton. I often use the sample index or like a couple of the other sample nodes to do a lot of the sampling for information that I do. But these are good. Let's talk about the sample nearest surface node. And the best way I can think of to show what this does is to bring in a UV sphere. A UV sphere. There we go. Take a look at that. We don't need to look at that value. And let's distribute points on faces, okay? So let's take a look at all of these points. We can also set... Let's not set position. Let's go with the easier way of doing this so that we don't spend a ton of time on a going down a rabbit hole, right? So let's just let's scale these up by 1.5. So now if we join this geometry, we see our sphere and we see all of our points kind of hovering around the sphere, right? Where I'm going with this is we could now establish some attributes on our sphere and then sample the surface of our sphere, like sample the nearest surface of the sphere for each of these points and read the attribute for each of those points. I don't know, it was just kind of the first thing that came to mind for sampling a surface. Like, let's say we have a planet here. I keep referencing globes and planets for the UV sphere, but like, it's what it looks like to me. Anyway, let's say we have a planet here and we have a bunch of satellites and we're simulating or just making a visual for like what's the elevation at the point that they're over on the planet, or what's the humidity, or whatever you want to sample on a planet. I don't know. We can establish an attribute. So let's get a store named attribute node and maybe just a random value node, right? This can be whatever. We'll just leave it as a float and in 0 to 1 so we can actually see it without doing a bunch of extra stuff, and we'll just call this value. Okay, so we've stored this on our UV sphere. So just to show that this exists on our UV sphere but not our points yet, we're going to take a look at this and this, and we need, of course, to tell it what to look at. So we're looking at this geometry and looking at our value attribute. And we see we've got all of these grayscale values all over our sphere, right? If we do the same thing and look at our transform geometry node before the join geometry, we just get black on all of our points. So this value attribute does not exist on any of these points. So we need to sample them. This is just for visualization, so we'll set it off to the side. So we need a sample nearest surface node, and we can run our UV sphere geometry into the sample nearest surface, and then we need to tell it to sample our value attribute. Plug that into a value. That's the attribute we're going to be sampling. And then we need to get the position of all of our points. And the best way to do this is with a capture attribute node. The reason we're doing that is because, like, I guess we could try and rely on information backfeeding through our nodes, but it's more explicit if we just tell it, hey, we have position, which is the value we need to capture here. We have our position, read it off of this geometry at this point. That's what the capture attribute node does. And so we can take this position socket from our capture attribute node and feed that into the sample position. That way we know for sure we're sampling from the position of all of our points. Now we can look at our points and look at the value from our sample nearest surface node and see we get all of these grayscale points, right? And then if we take a look here, well, we're looking at the value and that doesn't exist on this combined geometry. We need to plug that in there. Actually, why doesn't that? Oh, because sorry, I'm thinking a little faster than I'm actually doing things here. Just to be able to see the information on both of these points, or both of these sets of geometry, because I want to show that the color here is correlated with the surface that we say we're sampling. We're going to store named attributes on our points and run the value from our sample into that store named attribute. That way we can take this named attribute node and use it to read off of both geometries in our combine. And now we can see that, like, well, hold on. Let's get another value node here. Set that to 1 and feed that into our scale so that they sit on the surface. Okay. So it's a little easier to see that they're actually sampling the surface now, right? And we can increase this and see that the values on them don't change, but they do look like they're similar enough, at least, to the values on the surface. And if we want this to be a little easier to read, because it is kind of just giving us a random value on every point across the sphere, let's bring in a noise texture. And that way we have a smoother continuation of noise. Yeah, let's, if we turn this, I want to say down. Nah, that doesn't look better. I was just hoping that that would be easier to read, but c'est la vie. It works. Yeah, no, it definitely works. And it's nice, right? Like, you can sample that surface, and there are lots of reasons you would want to do this. I can't think of too many more off the top of my head, but this is a pretty good use case in my opinion, right? Again, just kind of visualizing these as like satellites or whatever, and we could even, hold on, let's rotate these. And as we rotate them, they'll change color because they're sampling from different positions on the surface now, which is pretty neat. Anyway, that is the sample nearest surface. We can also limit it by group ID. And actually with group ID, let's just real quick take a look at the manual again. Make sure I'm not forgetting about any other important details. And explain group ID from the manual instead of just me trying to riff and explain it off the top of my head. So this does what I said it does. That's basically what we're saying here. Non-face attributes are interpolated across the surface. That is something I haven't explicitly stated. So this is sample nearest surface. So it's not reading the nearest face. It's not reading the nearest point. It is literally looking at, okay, what position are we at and what is the closest spot on that surface. So it'll look at a spot between points in a face instead of reading the value from that face. And that's important to keep in mind because, like it says here, it'll interpolate across that face, across that surface. And it's similar to the geometry proximity node, but it gives the value of any attribute at the closest surface, not just its position, right? So geometry proximity would give the value at that position, the closest position of whatever element you're reading. Oh, and we have a warning. What are we seeing here? Because the node samples the surface of a mesh rather than its edges or vertices, values from loose points and edges are ignored. That's a really good point. So we were talking about manifold geometry earlier. If it's just a loose point or a loose edge that doesn't have a surface at all, it's not going to read that. So good to keep in mind. So if we sample the normal, but it would not be interpolated, it would not be interpolated since that is a face attribute, right? I'm going to say yes, asterisk. Okay, and the reason I say asterisk is because normals are interesting. Normals are interesting, and I could make a whole video just talking about normals, honestly, because normals are automatically interpolated in Blender automatically interpolated per domain in Blender is the more specific way to say that. And what does that mean? So, honestly, let's just pull up the normal node in the manual. I'm leaning on the manual a lot, but like, it's important because if you're familiar with Houdini, you kind of have to tell Houdini which domain you're working on, but in Blender, you don't. Blender will assume what domain you're working on for your normals, so it doesn't just assume it's a face normal. It may assume, depending on the context, that you're looking at the vertex normal. And so in that case, it would interpolate. But if you're using the face normal, it wouldn't interpolate. So great question. And let me just finish pulling up the normal node here. Or if we go to geometry nodes, give me just a hot minute to navigate to where this is. I think it's under model. In geometry nodes are a little bit buried here. So, okay, geometry nodes. We want read nodes, and we want the normal node. Okay, the normal node page there's a lot more here than you would expect. Yeah, of course. So yeah, the normal node returns for each evaluated point. The output depends on the attribute domain. So yeah, and then here it has a list of all of the domains and how it calculates each of those. I just wanted to bring this up and show that, like, it's not just going to assume face normals. There are many different ways it interprets which kind of normal, and then calculates that normal based on what domain you're at. Anyway, moving back into Blender here. I don't really want to talk just about the normal node because there's a lot we could discuss there. So yeah, that is sample nearest surface. I forgot we were looking at the page here, because there's more that we wanted to discuss. I will take a look at the manual for the normal node. Sounds good. Hey, thanks. But okay, so we have the mesh, we have the value, we have the group ID, and this is evaluated on the face domain and splits the input mesh into multiple parts, each with its own ID. Yeah? It, yeah, that the way I read that is it's just explaining what a group ID is, not what this node is doing with it. Face domain is split. Yeah, okay. I think more importantly, sample group ID. This determines which group is detected. So I guess, yeah, you give it the specific ID. You probably also need, you also need to give it the face domain, face domain. You need to give it the group ID in order to use the sample group ID, because otherwise it doesn't know what that ID is. That's the way I'm interpreting this. And then it has the different data types that you can do, yada yada. And then it gives you the value and then a Boolean for whether or not it is valid. So, for instance, I guess if we get rid of this, let's take a look at is valid. So these are all valid. If we get rid of the mesh, they're no longer valid. We could do a more robust test of that, but I think that makes sense. So, yeah, moving on. What was the other sample? We can sample the UV surface. So that would be a good place to take a look back at our cube, right? So let's get an unwrap for the cube that we were working with. And we don't need the delete geometry anymore. Let's look at the cube. Let's look at the UV surface. And let's just do distribute points on faces again. And well, I'm trying to think what's a good way to show sampling on the UV surface as opposed to just the sampling on the surface. How's about we go to the manual one more time, see if we can get a more explicit, like, what's the difference before I try and give a use case. So, okay, sample UV surface. Finds values on a mesh's surface at specific UV locations. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So, yeah, it's not about... Yeah, the test I was about to do was not going to be very good. It's about giving a specific UV coordinate that you want to sample. And because I don't do a ton with UVs at the moment anyway, I don't know how best to showcase this exactly. But we'll have the UV map, which on our cube we've generated, and then we can sample on various points on the UV map. So I guess we could input it, like manually input a coordinate in the UV space and then read a value off of that. So like we have the different face groups and we could read that value based on the UV space. So yeah, let's keep reading. Internally, the process is a reverse UV lookup. That's pretty good. From a location in 2D space. The node then finds the face that corresponds to each UV coordinate and the location within that face. Okay. Because, and again, oh, I'm so sorry. I just bumped the mic. Oh, how professional of me. I hope that wasn't a horrible audio experience. But, okay, so we have a warning. Because of the node's method of computation, the UV map should not have any overlapping faces. If the UV map is sampled at a location with no faces or overlapping faces, the node will output the default value for the data type, which is zeros for most types. That's another thing, which I haven't talked about. Yeah, just default values for various data types. Like it says, it's usually 0, but there are cases where it's not. And yeah, so we input a mesh, we input a value to sample, we input the UV map. Doesn't work if you don't have a UV map, so you have to make sure that you do in fact have a UV map. And then the coordinate that you want to sample, and of course that's a field, so we can sample as many points as we want, right? We can define the data type, and then it gives us the same value, or the same outputs, the value and is valid. So, okay. It's honestly pretty simple, or sorry, pretty similar. It's just, yeah, you're sampling the UV map instead of the surface or any of the geometry that we have here in 3D space. It is UVs instead. Let me know if you want me to think up a use case or an example so that we can really see that, because I'm drawing a little bit of a blank without going too far down another rabbit hole, which we've done a lot, and I want to get to the operation nodes. I mean, yeah, we could just say, okay, we have a point, and this is just so that we can see what's going on. We have a point, we can set the position, and let's sample sample UV surface. Let's just do this real quick. We'll take our cube, we'll take our UV map, and then we'll give it a random position, and let's take a look at our value. Okay, hold on. Let's join geometry, and then we'll store name geometry. Store it onto this point so that we can just see it on this point. Join the geometry. I've never seen the node in use, to be honest, and I have watched a lot of Blender tutorials. That's fair. Yeah, it's out there, right? Like, procedural UVs are one thing. Reading information from a UV is another. Like, I just don't know why we would do... I could maybe see you doing it for Mandelbrot. Like, if you wanted to set up a... sorry, this is way off in left field, I'm sure. If you're familiar with the Mandelbrot set and the beautiful fractals thereof, maybe you could sample some information at a specific point in the Mandelbrot set, but, like, the Mandelbrot set shows you the information in the set, so I don't know. Maybe that's just me going on a tangent. But yeah, I just want to real quick, like, sample the UV unwrap that we've done here. And I wanted to join this geometry so that we could see both of them and offset this. Ooh, my computer doesn't like this for whatever reason. Oh no. Interesting. Interesting idea, thank you. But so... Okay, my computer doesn't like something that's going on here. I think it's how many vertices... Let's just real quick reduce the number of vertices on this cube. So, okay, it's a lot blockier. But what I want to show is, like, taking this UV map and, like, adjusting... I was thinking about storing this value on here so that we could just see it there, but instead... So that we could see the UV map here and... UV map here? Well, I guess we're sampling some value on the UV map. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go down a whole rabbit hole. I'll make up an example for the video. I think reading the manual and talking about the other sample node is pretty good. I don't know how to show this very well without really getting into, like, nitty-gritty details and taking a bunch of time. And I'd rather move on to the operation nodes. So if you guys want me to come back to this, I can. For now, we're going to move on to the operation nodes. And to start us off, we're going to take a look at the dual mesh node. Sure, thank you. I'm glad. Glad we can move on. So dual mesh is one of my favorites because I'm a big fan of like the platonic solids and sacred geometry and just satisfying shapes. Like all of the solids are really cool. Kepler solids, the stellated solid, like there are so many different explosions. There's so many different kinds of solids that are real fun, and some of them you get by taking the dual, and there are some interesting properties of taking duals of different shapes. Anyway, let me show you what I mean. So, let's take another cube. I could go on a whole tangent about all of the different platonic solids and show off some of the nodes that I've made to bring platonic solids into Blender, but since I updated Blender, I haven't retargeted that file path for my custom nodes, so that's on me. I can't show those off here. C'est la vie. We're just going to take a look at a cube and not take a look at the UV map. We're going to take a cube and talk about the dual mesh node. And before I connect this in, I want to explain kind of what a dual mesh is. The idea is that you can take the faces of a mesh, and if you say that that's now going to be a point, and then each of the points on a mesh are going to be the face, you have kind of inverted it. You've taken literally the dual of that mesh. So if we connect this up, what we'll get is an octahedron, because this face will become a point, this face will become a point, this face will become a point, and then we draw the triangle that connects all three of those points, and we get an octahedron out of that. So without further ado, voila, we get an octahedron. And what's interesting is these points are exactly on the, like, in the center of where that face is. So you don't get a unit octahedron where the radius of this is 1. Whereas with the cube, the radius of, well, I guess this radius isn't 1. That's a whole tangent. Never mind. Just the important thing here is the faces become points and the points become faces. And it got a little bit smaller because of that. For instance, we could do this again and we get another cube. And it's even smaller because this point is where that face was. And it's fun. And we have this Boolean for keep boundaries. That's important because let's create a new mesh instead of trying to set up a whole node setup to explain this. Instead of like trying to grab the index of a specific face and delete it, I'm just going to delete this face, okay, in edit mode. And now we're going to create a new node network, bring in the dual of this mesh, and because we don't have a face here, we shouldn't get a point here. So let's drop it in, and that's exactly what we see, but it looks like we got rid of more points than we should have. We should only have 1 fewer points. Never used that node before? No, it's really fun. I don't know of a ton of practical examples, but it's fun for playing around with just geometry and like the solids and things like that, like I talked about a second ago. But anyway, so without the keep boundaries toggled on, we have only half of the faces that we usually would. If we toggle this on, we get something wild. Okay, so what's happening is we have a boundary here. Without this node, we have a boundary. This is a non-manifold mesh. This face doesn't exist. This boundary just, it doesn't know what to do here because we don't have any geometry for it to operate on. So normally it would just go, okay, let's get rid of all the geometry associated with that boundary. And that's what happens when we keep boundaries off. But if we keep our boundaries, it goes, okay, well, we have a bunch of edges here we don't know what to do with. We're just going to keep those and attach them to where generate the faces that we normally would have if we had all of the faces we expected to have. So yeah, it's just a neat little node. There are some interesting things you can do for just procedural geometry. It's something to keep in your back pocket because there are consequences of switching out your faces for your points and vice versa. That I've run into use cases of it that you wouldn't expect, but the takeaway is switching out faces and points. If you run into a case where you need to do that, this is the node that does that. And I could go on, but I don't know that I'd give you more information. So anyway, let's get back to looking at all of the other nodes. So that was our dual mesh. Let's see, we've kind of discussed edge paths to curves. I can discuss it again just briefly. And I'll discuss it in a new way. So let's take another cube. Okay, we're gonna do a lot with cubes today. And let's go somewhere where we have a little bit more space. So let's take a cube. And we want to, say, make a wireframe of this cube. We, of course, have a modifier for that, but another way we could do it is by taking our edges to curves. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. Oh, hello. Hello and welcome back, perhaps, Salah. Again, let me know if I'm saying names wrong. I want to say them right. But anyway, hello and welcome back. Let's see. We were doing curves. It wasn't mesh to curve, which I've completely lost my train of thought. My bad. Edge paths to curves. That's what it was. Okay, so edge paths to curves. And real quick, I want to compare this to mesh to curve because it feels like, okay, yeah, we have a couple more parameters here. We have a start vertices, which vertex or vertices to start from, and next vertex. So every streamer says names wrong. That is just part of being a streamer. True. I like names. Names are important. Everybody deserves the respect of having their name said right. Anyway, I can't really control that here because I'm not talking to you guys in person, but thank you for your patience. Anyway, yeah, I was going to try and demonstrate this in a way that doesn't really make sense. The only really good way to discuss this is to use a bunch of other notes that we've already discussed. But for those of you who are just joining us, let's go over that again because that was a while ago, and I want to more specifically talk about this node here. So let's get a compare node in, and what we want to do is find the index that is equal to integer equal to whatever value we plug in here. That is going to be our start, well, either our start or end vertices. It doesn't really matter because we need, let's see, we need the read node. Where was it? Hold on, I need to switch up the music. apologies. I just want instrumental. That's all. I think we've already listened to this, but I kind of like this track, not gonna lie. Anyway, I'm sorry. I've gotten completely sidetracked. We were going to mesh, read, and we need the... Not face boundaries. Where is it? Shortest edge paths. Yeah, we're going to go with this one. So, what this node does is it generates edge paths by finding the end vertex and then calculating, okay, what's the next index along the way to our start index. So we'll again just take this, set it equal to 7 because that is the maximum index value on our cube. Then we'll plug in our mesh, and we need to plug in the next vertex index into next vertex index. And lo and behold, we get a path, a curve, specifically curve path, from from the specified index to the next. So, hello. You can use this to create trees. You can. You very much can. You can also... I need to... Let's see. Suzanne, do you have geometry nodes on you? You do. Let's look at our cube. We're not going to look at Suzanne, but we're going to pull her in just so that we don't have to reset this up. You can do this for trees. You can use this for... you can use it for, like, mazes, maybe? All kinds of, like, organic things where you need just a branching structure, which is just so much fun. But anyway, alright, fine. Well, we did this earlier. Let's just take a look at Suzanne, not at our cube. We'll give her a new geometry node. Let's plug these in. I just want to show how we can do this. Why? Well, oh, okay. I think they're like really close to each... The two indices we were looking at were really close to each other. Okay, so let's just bump that up, or we could give it a random value. Give it a random index between, and we'll show off a few more nodes here. Domain size, so we want the point count as our max. And we'll use this value. And why are you still not showing anything, huh? I created a basic one a while ago. Nice. I love creating tree generators. Like, it's so much fun. I am a perfectionist, and so I want to do tree growth all the time. And that one still eludes me, getting, like, accurate tree growth. So much fun. I've gotten a lot closer lately. Once I actually solve that, I will make a video on it. But for now... Why? What the heck, Suzanne? Let's just adjust. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Oh, wait. Better idea. Okay. This is actually what makes this interesting. I was trying to just show two specific points so that we didn't get something wild and crazy, but we're bringing Suzanne in now. Let's show some interesting geometry, right? So we're going to just set start indices as true, and now that's part of the problem. Okay, my bad. I forgot Suzanne is multiple meshes. She's got multiple mesh islands, and so if the indices we're looking at aren't actually connected in any way, it won't show anything, and that's why it wasn't doing anything. Randomize edge cost, also a good idea. Let's do that in a hot second, because we need to merge some points. We don't care about topology right now. Let's just go wild. So now that we've merged them so that we have one mesh island, there we go. We've got every we've got every path from one specific point to all other points. And heck, we could even bring in a subdivide surface and give ourselves a little bit more geometry. But let's do the merge first. Give ourselves a little bit more geometry, and it looks cool now. Thank you. Yeah, no, I love doing this. It's super simple and gives you something really interesting. And like you said, we can give a random edge cost. So let's do another random value. Set this to float and just crank that to whatever we feel like. Plug that into edge cost and give it a random seed, I guess. Yeah, there we go. We can scrub through seeds. It'll look pretty similar because we're going from one specific point to all other points. It'll look a little bit different if we give let's use this random value to derive this one because we're not using this equal anymore. So now we're going to a random point somewhere between 0 and the maximum number of points. And if we... Okay, I don't know why it's flickering away. But we don't need to debug that right now. This is just to show what we can do with specifically the edge paths to curves node, right? And because this is curves, we can... And now I'm just kind of riffing, but give me a hot second here. Let's get a curve circle node. And this is going to be wild if I leave these values as they are, but that's fine. And we're going to go curve to mesh. Use these curves as our base curve. This is our profile curve. And it lagged for a hot second, so let's turn some of these values way down. And now we have something that'll... Why did I say 0.6? 0.1? That's still not quite small enough. 0.01. Now we have something we can render out, right? And just... I don't know what you would do with this specifically, but like, now you've got a mesh from all of your random curves. Oh, and I guess... Okay. I'll stop riffing off of this one because we have to move on, but you could also use the factor of your curves to adjust how long they are from like the start point to the end point, and so you could use that as the growth. I kind of want it. I'm sorry, hold on a hot second. We're gonna get rid of these and we're going to take a look at that just real quick. Spline parameter, we're gonna take the factor. Is it trim curve? It is trim curve. Okay, so we're going to trim curve. We're going to use factor. We're going to take the factor. What is it? We need a parameter to control the length. Use set position and blur the position using blur attribute to get smooth lines. True. Use set to get smooth lines. I've not used that method before. Use set position and blur the position using a blur attribute and get... Really? That's... Okay. And this is why I wanted to do this live, so that we could, you know, riff a little bit and just, like, bounce some ideas around, ask questions. But we're going to take the position and blur the position. Vector. Okay. Because that's not how I would have smoothed them out, but also I want to see... Let's just set that to position. All right, color me impressed. That's not what I expected. That looks really good. Yeah, no, usually what I do is like take the what is it? Trying to think of words. What's the thing that gives you rounded corners on curves? I'm gonna have to just look through curves because what is it? It's fillet curves, right? To get this to be a little bit smoother, I usually do that, limit the radius, and crank that up, but yeah, there's a value. We do poly, we increase the count, that's what it is, and then we can crank the radius. That's usually how I do that, but yours looks way more organic, and I appreciate that. Ooh. Fillet curve, thank you, yes. Yes. So that's pretty good, okay. But let's go back to trim curves real quick, because I wanted to use the factor. Oh, that's what it is. We can map range, take the factor, plug it into map range from 0 to 1, and then we can either animate or like plug in time or whatever to our max, and we'll set that as the end value. So all of these will each one of these is its own spline. Okay. Yeah, I guess that doesn't work. Oh, unless we use length? Nah, that can't. I've done it before, but thinking on the fly, it's neat. It didn't quite work like that, but maybe I'm forgetting how this is actually calculating things. But we need to move on, right? Like, this is super fun to play with, but also we have a bunch of other operators to take a look at, or operation nodes. You mean what I know. So, okay, we did edge paths to curves again, which was very fun. So the next one I want to take a look at is, we kind of discussed edge paths to, well, did we discuss that earlier? Edge paths to selection. If we even still have, yeah, we have, this is the setup for everyone who wasn't here earlier. This is the setup we were looking at, which is less interesting than doing it on Suzanne. We were getting an edge curve from just this cube. You can go about doing that with both edge paths to curves and edge paths to selection. So we deleted all of the geometry that wasn't in the edge path. Ooh. My stomach just made a noise. I hope that didn't come through. It is 11 p.m. here. Time for me to get some sleep. Have a great stream. I will look at the recording tomorrow. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a good time. Thanks for chatting and giving ideas and helping me debug. I really appreciate that. But have a good night. Anyway, so yeah, this is kind of what the edge paths to selection does. It again requires next vertex index, so it requires shortest edge paths. And we have this switch set to true, so we are using this node. And we're deleting all of the other nodes. So, sorry, let me explain this a little bit more. We have a cube. We're transforming it to be a little bit smaller just so that we can see the edge paths. We're taking, like we did with Suzanne, we're taking the index of 0, that's our end vertex. We're also using the distance, so the length of our edge as the cost for this operation, but it's kind of a moot point in this example. I was just trying to show off the edge vertices earlier. And then we used the output of next vertex index as the edge paths to curves next vertex index. And we said, okay, we now need a start vertex. We used the index of 7 because we're looking at cube. Like I said, again, less interesting than looking at Suzanne. But then we took that value, so next vertex index, and this start indices to delete geometry, which is how we got this edge curve. Or, well, edge path. This is still a path, not a curve. It's 12 p.m. in my country. Ooh, you may also want to go to bed. Thanks for staying up so late, everybody. I really appreciate it. My normal streams don't tend to go this late, but I mean, this VOD will be up on YouTube if you want to check it out at any point, I guess. So if you go to bed, have a good night. If you're going to continue to hang out, let's go. Anyway, so yeah, we took that selection. We deleted all of the geometry, and that's what we see here. So that is the edge paths to selection node. And then, so having taken a look at that, now we can talk about the extrude mesh node. And I like this node. I use this, well, I want to use it more often, perhaps. It's not always the most efficient node to use, but it's really fun for like growth sims. I've actually used it lately in a tree growth sim, like I was talking about a minute ago, where we can take... Do I want to set up a tree growth? No, we should just extrude a cube and move on because we've got a lot more to talk about. So let's take a look at a cube, right? And let's get an extrude mesh node. This one is complex in what all it can do, but it's very straightforward. So let's take a look at this. So we have our cube. Well, let's look at the cube, right? We have a cube. Then we say for each face, we're going to extrude it by the given offset. This offset is used if the vector you input for the offset is not normal, by which I mean not normalized. So we can demonstrate that by creating a vector. So if we input this, even though this is set to 1, our vector is 0, so it won't do any extrusions. We know it's still doing something because if we take a look at the number of vertices that we have 32 as opposed to the 8 that we should. So we're creating a lot of geometry, but it's not going anywhere because we haven't set a vector. Then if we increase this on the y, all of that extruded geometry is going to go along the y. I hope that makes sense. This can also be a field, by the way. So like we have one single value setting all of these. This can be a value that's unique for each face that's being extruded. We can also use a Boolean to set the selection. So again, we could take the index, do another compare, do an integer, say we want it equal to 0. So now let's get rid of this offset. So now we have it set to greater than. Let's set that equal to 0. So now only the face with index 0. Taking a look at the indices, switching from color to attributes. And of course, we want to evaluate this specifically on our face. So we have the face with the index 0. If we take a look at the extrude, we've extruded only that face. Now, if we get rid of our selection, and of course, we don't need to look at the index, we can also toggle whether or not these are individual. So if we turn this off, we seemingly get just a bigger cube. And, well, really we do. We've extruded all of our faces, but they're all connected, so we just get a bigger cube. Maybe not the node you want to do for that, exactly. So let's switch our comparison back to greater than. And if we plug that into selection, well, let's make it greater than 2. Yeah, because that'll be a little bit more interesting. If we show wireframe, you can see we get, like, we've extruded these 3 faces, but not the other 3 faces. And we get this interesting shape. If we toggle individual back on, we can see that we get these 3 boxes kind of extruded out. But with individual turned off, we get this interesting shape. Then we also get these two attributes. We get top and side. So top is going to be basically the selection that we inputted, but now we get the adjusted faces, since those aren't really new faces. And we can get the side. So these are all the faces that were newly created, not the old faces and not the adjusted faces. And that's basically what we have with our extrude mesh node. The only thing left to say, I suppose, is that we can do this for vertices, we can do this for edges, and we can do this for faces. So, like I was saying a second ago about tree sims and tree growth, you could start off with a single vertex and then use the extrude mesh node, actually a couple of extrude mesh nodes I would recommend, in a simulation zone to extrude every frame. It takes a lot more work than that to actually do it, just for the record, because if you're not specific about your selection and all of that, you'll just extrude every point recursively and you'll get an exponential amount of vertices, which is not ideal and a good way to crash Blender if not your PC. So careful with recursive extrusion. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, that's everything for the extrude mesh node. So moving on, let's talk about the flip faces node. There's not a ton to talk about here, but there is one specific thing that I want to kind of make a point of, and that it's that it doesn't actually adjust the normals. Let me explain. So let's just get another cube. Cubes are easy to show all of this. So we've got a cube, right? And let's say we want this cube to be, yeah, let's just say we want this cube to actually be really big. So let's get a value. Let's plug in like 10, okay? So now our camera's inside the cube. But if we turn on shading, this doesn't, I don't want to create materials to show this. So let's just take a look at the normals. The way we can do that is by looking at face orientation. So if this is like our skybox, right? We want the normals to face inwards. And the way we get that is by flipping our normals. It should have looked, or switched to look blue. I guess it doesn't look blue anymore for whatever reason. Yeah, I'm used to the correct side, like the normal facing side being blue, but I guess that's not a thing in Blender 4.4, whatever. Anyway, it flips our normals. Well, it flips our faces. And I make a point of this because if you want to get super technical with Blender, it's important to know that the normals didn't change. What changed was the wrapping order of your vertices. It reversed the order in which you're creating the face from your vertices, which has effectively flipped your normal. But if you're super technical, you're writing code, you're modifying Blender, it's important to know that that hasn't actually adjusted how you're calculating normals. It's calculated how you're reading the vertex order to make your points, or make your faces. For most people, that doesn't matter. You can just use this as it flips your faces, it flips your normals. If you're super technical, it does matter. Anyway, that's the flip faces node. And we can move on to discussing mesh boolean. Oh, mesh boolean. Oh, what a node. This, I want to say kind of at the top here, don't use mesh boolean unless you really have to. I guarantee there's almost certainly a better way to do whatever it is you're trying to do. And I say that because like mesh boolean is really computationally heavy, especially if you're doing this procedurally, and so you don't necessarily have exact control over what you're doing, and like if you adjust a value and it goes outside of your expected conditions, it gets really heavy, it gets hard to compute, it can crash Blender if you do it wrong. So with all of that said, let's take a look at how it works. Nope, I don't want a Boolean operator. I want the mesh Boolean. Okay, so... Oh, Boolean. So, okay, let's bring in a UV sphere and a cube. So, what this does is basically like your Boolean operator in object mode or edit mode, whichever one it is, or is it a modifier? I exist in the world of geometry nodes. This is my world, so I don't use the modifiers as much. I really just use geometry nodes. But it works pretty similar. So you take your mesh 1, you take your mesh 2, and you choose what operation you want. So if you do intersect, well, let's look at the tooltip to make sure I don't say this wrong. This keeps part of the mesh that is common between all operands. And if you notice, our inputs changed. So we're no longer looking at the UV sphere. This is, of course, a socket that can take multiple pieces of geometry. So we can input both, but because the UV sphere overlaps entirely with the cube, we just see the cube. But if we adjust the radius very slowly, we can get a rounded cube, right? Which is pretty neat. Then we can do union. So this is basically grabbed both of them. And if we take a look on the inside and turn off our face orientation, we can see that they're not overlapping, right? We don't have a face here where we would expect to, if this were a cube overlapping our sphere. We get this corner. Pretty straightforward. And we have difference. So now it's done the exact opposite. And looking at the inside, we have all of these faces that connect on the edges. And we have these holes where the corners of the cube were protruding. Yeah. Oh, and I forgot. We have two different inputs, and I forget how those, plugging one into here versus both into here, how that works. So let's take a look at the manual. Just so that we can be certain about what it is we're taking a look at. So, okay. So we've got mesh 1/2. I like that. Yeah, we have two meshes, and it just basically says we can input two meshes. Okay, it's under properties that we have the 3 different operations, but okay. Before we get to that, we also have self-intersection, so this correctly calculates cases where one or both operands have self-intersections. This involves more calculations, making the node slower. So yeah, where you have some wild meshes where it overlaps itself, which is just bad topology, but within the realm of okay if you're in geometry nodes, because not always are we concerned about proper topology. This lets you create that volume that doesn't have that intersection. I hope that makes sense, and we can play with that here in a second. We also have hole tolerant, so optimizes the Boolean output for non-manifold geometry at the cost of increased computational time. Because of the performance impact, this option should only be enabled when the solver demonstrates errors with non-manifold geometry. that's a mouthful. What all does that mean? It means that, like, okay, we have non-manifold geometry, so we have a hole in this geometry, or we have an edge that we have faces that have extruded from a manifold geometry. Basically, anything that's not physically possible is our non-manifold geometry. I talked about this a little bit earlier. Like, you don't have a grid. Like, a grid in geometry nodes is perfectly flat and has no volume. That's not the same as a piece of paper in real life. A piece of paper, it does have volume, it's just real thin. So paper is basically just a rectangular prism. It just has a very, very short height. That's manifold geometry. Anything that doesn't have that volume is non-manifold. Anything that has three faces that meet at an edge, that's non-manifold. And so this is to help deal with non-manifold geometry, essentially. So, and the way I interpret this is like, okay, it's still not working. You've got some weird geometry. Toggle this on if you need to, but it's gonna be slow because you're gonna need to do a lot more computation for this. So, yeah. But getting back to what we were initially trying to figure out, so we have our different operations, and why do we have those two different mesh inputs? So our intersect produces a new geometry containing only the volume inside of both geometry 1 and geometry 2. Which is interesting. We should test just having geometry in geometry 2, because geometry 2 can take multiple pieces of geometry. Which makes me wonder, why do we have 1 and 2 then? But I digress. Union, the two input meshes are joined, then any interior elements are removed. And we saw that a moment ago. Okay. And then difference, we have geometry 2 is subtracted from geometry 1. Okay. So difference, we need the two inputs because we're specifically doing a subtraction, which I guess is implied by difference. We're doing a subtraction, so the order is important in difference. I don't think the order is important in intersect or union. Well, and union only has one mesh input. Intersect, we'll have to play with the order. Like I said, we'll come back to that. But yeah, everything outside of geometry 2 is kept. Cool. Then we have solver, because I think I saw we have... No, we have... Okay. This is solver. We have exact and we have float. So what's the difference between exact and float? Ooh, that changed. Oh. Okay. Okay. So exact gives us a Boolean for intersecting edges. Interesting. Can we take a look at that? Do we have any intersecting edges? It doesn't look like it. And do we have that for all of the... Interesting. Hold on, I'm sorry. There's an alarm going off in my building. I will be back in a moment. Yeah, there's a fire alarm going off in my building, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to unceremoniously end the stream. I'll talk to you all later, okay?